Good job, thank you.
Sorry, Chad dropped out. But always come back. See how he's here with the signal. I think it's coming back. The cell tower is just behind me. Please like and subscribe. I should be using Starlink too. I'll just clean up the track, you didn't miss anything.
that have come up in our system here. I think it looked like Chilton crossed the line first, but it looks like we may have had an issue with the timing system here. We don't have any information on our screen, and certainly no win line or readout on the boards up there, Mark.
Yeah, I don't see anything from us. I'm not too sure what has happened here. Usually, I'm not even saying anything. Let's just have a look at the replay here.
It was clean on both sides of the racetrack. There was a visual hole shot to Rick Chilton. He was out in front by a long, long way. Without the timing system, it's very difficult to speculate on what may have been or who might have won the race. It was a close race. It was a really close race. Chilton was across the line first, but again, we don't have the numbers from the timing system to verify what we're seeing with our eyes. So this is going to be an interesting one to see how the officials handle this one, the stewards handle the outcome of this race. So it's very, very clean on both sides of the racetrack, and it's a shame we didn't get the numbers because that looked pretty quick to me.
Yeah, it was very quick on both sides of the racetrack. Usually we can only commentate on what we see in front of us, and it looked like Chilton across the finish line first.
Yeah, a lot of confusion up here on the start line, and I reckon there's going to be a few confused drivers at the top end of the racetrack. when they're told that hey, we don't have the information on this one. It's if you've got it, you've got it. If you don't, you don't. Right now, we don't have it. These cars not easy to get in and out of, as you can see, very low slung, and you definitely don't want to be a tall bloke trying to get in and out of these pro stock cars. Rick Chilton, again, not quite sure. He's got a bit of a confused look on his face, and Benny Bish, I've got nothing to tell you, sorry, mate.
That's okay, I'm sure he's going to be a bit confused as well. First across the line, and time's recorded. Right, yeah. Exactly right. I think... Red light, no, there's no red lights or anything that we know of as far as I'm aware so far, so who knows? Should be a okay, so let's just go through the run, even though we don't have any numbers. Right.
Felt pretty good, yeah. I had a good line against John. He was pretty sharp in the tree. And he did in Sydney a few years ago, about 1,000 seconds. So I owed him. So hopefully this will stand. We'll see.
All right, we'll see what they say.
Yeah, thank you.
It's going to be a tricky one because we didn't get any reaction times or anything. Actually, having a look at it now. We've just had an update pop up on our screen here, and we've got reaction times and we've got finish line times. We don't have any incrementals. Now, based on what we saw with our eyes, this actually looks like it would probably be pretty close to the mark. So based on the information we've got, Rick Chilton was first off the start line with an 0.32 to an 0.76 for John Barbagallo. Chilton was first to the finish line with a 6.94 to a 6.98. That's the information we've got in front of us on the screen, yet to be verified by the meeting director.
Yeah, it should be all right now, Trish. I don't know why it dropped out.
Yeah, years ago, yeah. So I just got to take that. It's like playback. Good on you, Rick. Thank you.
Just took me a couple of minutes to get back online.
So very, very unusual situation. I've got to be honest.
Bit rate dropped out for some reason.
I've seen that in 30 odd years of drag racing.
I've never seen this before, but yeah, you're right. We've just had the data
On all the devices.
system in front of us, and it was a 694 for Chilton to a 698. That is a weird one.
So obviously we're just going to run through some diagnostic tests and make sure that everything is okay with the Christmas tree and the timing system.
Hey Cliff, welcome buddy.
Look, sometimes you think you've seen everything in drag racing, and then these things pop up just to throw you for a curveball.
Exactly. As we see, we also with our own eyes, like you can visually see there was a off Chilton's lane, which is what's showing on our system.
Which makes sense. You have to just hand up his slip.
On the replay that we saw that Chilton went across the finish line first, which was showing on our system now, the timing system. So what we can make do is make a comment on what we can see in front of us in the commentary box. We're not part of race control or the meeting there to make those official calls.
No, we don't get paid enough for that.
Exactly.
We can only talk about what we see in front of us, and that's what it is. I'm sure we will get an official result handed down in the not too distant future. Whether that is going to be that result stands, what we've seen pop up on a computer system, whether that stands or whether we see a rerun, I don't know. But as it stands at the moment, we're just running through those tests. So looking at the other matchups that we've got in this first round of racing for Pro Stock, Aaron Tremaine will take on Mario Valletto. Now, let's talk about that one for a little bit, because Aaron was out in front of the field by a bunch. He had 300s over the number 2 qualifier. But that being said, Mario Valletto was third in the championship, got into the field on the last shot in qualifying. 704 is not representative of where Mario Valletto usually is with that car.
Yeah, the way I look at it at the moment, Mario has improved on every car so far this weekend. Aaron actually set out one of the sessions in Pro Stock after in the 8 second come out in Q3.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that sometimes you're missing out on a little bit of data there, but so Mario has done more passes. He has improved on each pass. He's very, very sharp on the tree. Well, actually, both drivers are probably in the top 3 of what his reaction time was in Pro Stock. It's a danger matchup for Aaron Tremaine.
We're going to go back down to the top end of the racetrack with John Barbagallo and Benny Bish. I don't know what to tell you on this one. I'm certainly not making a call.
No, well, I think we've decided that Rick's got the win, but how much of that run for you was still a bit of R&D in light of what happened on Friday night?
Oh yeah, we always, like I was saying to you earlier, that because it turned for no real reason, I might have been the wheel out of the groove, but the car wasn't moving around. I mean, it did the sharp left, and luckily we saved it. But so the next couple of runs was more just to make sure, that I have my mojo on, and that there was nothing like the car. So that run was good to go down. I mean, it wasn't nice to look at Rick in the left-hand peripherals, but it was a good run to go down.
So the comments will be back for the next time you're out?
Yeah, hopefully a bit more speed. Yeah.
All right, mate, good job.
Thank you.
So we have just had confirmation that the results as they came up on our system will stand. Rick Chilton will be awarded the win and he will move on to the semi-finals here at the Gold Coast Internationals, and that's going to make life very, very difficult for John Barbiello in terms of this championship points chase, because he was second in the points and he was a fair way behind Rob Decker coming into this event. He needed to win here this weekend to keep it alive going into Adelaide, the last round of the championship in October. And unfortunately for JB, the Rooster, it's not meant to be this weekend.
Yeah, he ran really big speed on that last 197 mile an hour JB Automotive Pro Stock car, but unfortunately, as you just said, he's our first round here in Pro Stock. And Richardson will go through to the semi-finals where he will take on either Rob Decker or Thomas Lee. I reckon he'll take Aaron Mate or Murray after Lee.
That's exactly right. And for Rick Chilton, it was a nice run as well. Don't take anything away from him there. Looking at our other matchups in the first round of racing, Rob Decker taking on Thomas Lee. Again, that's a danger matchup for Rob Decker. He went 6.90. He qualified to be a number 2 seed. Coming into the first round of racing, Thomas Lee only a 7.03, but we've seen him run deep into the 6-second zone before, and he is incredibly sharp on the Christmas tree with a Sportsman background. So keep an eye on Thomas Lee. Tyrone Tremaine will take on Omar Sedmak in the final matchup of this first round of racing. It is all to play for here at the Gold Coast Internationals. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
Eating it for a sec for this music. Still playing the music. Hopefully that's all right now. Nah, more music. Here we go.
Raceway Gold Coast Internationals is happening under beautiful blue skies and just about the best weather that I can remember for a long, long time here at the Winternationals. A little bit of a headwind here this afternoon, which is going to make things a little bit difficult for some of these race cars, but either way, it's going to be a fantastic day of racing. We're halfway through the first round here in NDRC Pro Stock, and we can hear that.
Hi, New Zealand. Please like and subscribe, New Zealand. Be much appreciated.
Tyrone Tremaine, we think they think the Terminator over the last year or so. He puts in in an event, he set the national record for ET and speed. He came off the field and left a little bit on the table in that final round. He had to this weekend. Right now, he's going to take on Omar Sedmak, that beautiful dodge in the on-screen now, I should say. I'm not going to make any predictions on this race because the pros will be so tight this weekend. What I see from that first round, you can see the front of the car. That's all the track. So, conditions right here. alongside him until just before half track, and the car went away. But a 7:37 at 183 miles per hour. That was a good race up until about half track. But Setback's car for some reason just went away. And Tyrone Germain will march on through to the semi-finals, where it will take on Robert Deckett and Thomas Lee.
Yeah, the replay they use this is actually had a move to start the half race. What's Setback's car? It's with the fish tail move. That's why it backs off. That's their
These cars are very, very aero-sensitive. They're designed to go in a straight line. As soon as they get a little bit sideways, that's when things can get very ugly very, very quickly. When you've got nothing like this, that certainly keeps the drivers on their toes. And that is Rob Deckett, the unique motor with his smash repairs, 28 And that is job one of the day done for Rob Deckett. Win the first round, now focus on the semi-finals, and he will be taking on Tyrone Germain in the semis a little bit later
Joel,
today.
please like and subscribe if you could, buddy.
693 in these conditions at 198, and Pro Stock 4 weeks at 692, 693 and 694 out of our winners so far.
Yeah, I was just looking at the replay here on screen. You've seen the tyre shape, right?
There's a replay on the screen for you.
The centre line there, you just had the button off there. And that was the end of his race weekend for Thomas Lee. But Rob Deckett, great class, 693. From what I've seen so far in the first round of racing, pretty much everyone's running within 100 of what they did in qualifying. So that tells me the conditions are actually similar.
Even notwithstanding that headwind.
Yeah.
The headwind may be helping them a little bit, being able to load the cars up a little bit more. Got to say, Thomas Lee, for a guy who doesn't have a lot of laps in the Pro Stock car, did a really good job of gathering that back up there. Because when these cars shake and spin like that, it doesn't take much to get away from you. So you've really got to be up on the wheel. So we have a look at the crowd here at Willowbank Raceway. They have rolled in like they do every single year. It is by far and away the biggest event that we have on the calendar. And I reckon that he will have a pretty emotional Rob Deckett at the top end of the racetrack. This weekend has been a tough one for everyone involved, but Rob Deckett has got his race face on this weekend, and he will be out to take home everything that is for sure. In this first round of Pro Stock, and it is the number 1 versus the number 8 qualifier, Aaron Germain up against Mario Galito. Now, interestingly, it is the number 1 versus the number 8 qualifier, but it's also the number 1 versus the number 1. 688, low ET in the first round of racing for Aaron Germain. 688 at 196 miles per hour. Speed down by about 2 miles per hour on what we've seen. That's 315.87 kilometres per hour for Mario Coletto. I think he might have got in his own head there a little bit. I think he was trying to roll the car in and get out of his normal routine just to try and throw Aaron Germain off, and it just pulled through the beams. Don't know whether he didn't have enough brake pressure or what the case was, but either way, Mario Coletto, he'll be on the trailer after this first round of racing, and Aaron Germain will continue this absolutely.
Yeah, my string drops out at all, I'll be back
with that 680
within a few minutes, 2 minutes maybe maximum.
Aaron Germain, that was pretty much down the centre of the racetrack there. The speed was down slightly, might have just buttoned off early, but on top of the since like the second year at Pro Stock when you're at those sort of speeds. Aaron Germain.
I got the cell tower behind, so it shouldn't be too much problem.
Put that on the table there because the car was about half the car went out of the group the whole way down for Aaron Germain. So I think there's still a little bit left on the table in terms of our performance there. But Aaron Germain is a multi-time Australian champion for a reason, and that's because he can deliver in these big situations. You see him finding out of his car.
Like time.
It's not made to be a tall bloke in a pro stock car, that is for sure. You're going to find yourself in getting out of these things. And Aaron Germain, it's going to be all hands on deck as he gets ready. But a 7:28, that is a great reward for a team that has been working so hard to get this thing ready. As he just takes to the grass down there, you know, if you don't have a motocross bike, you can make anything a motocross bike when you want to.
Yeah, 296 kilometres an hour there for Daniel Rapp. I've got the automatic in there. Jason Lee goes red on the start line for 67 thousandths of a second. Yeah, Taylor will take 4.66 seconds to half back for Radmar. 7:28. His quickest pass of the weekend, and he goes through to the semi-final.
Watch the body language on Jason Lee at the start line. He knew that he left the cherry hanging on the tree. He watched the head go down.
No, not as much as those other cars, those Nitro cars.
And he knows that that could very well be the end of his championship aspiration.
The bikes aren't as loud.
Yeah, I've been in that situation myself, and it's heartbreaking because you see
Unless you stand behind them.
launch as well, and you go through your mind, everything, all the work, the hours you put in the crew, and to miss your job on the start line and go, it is heartbreaking.
Daniel Radcliffe was proving anything to be a motocross bike if you're right. Alright, so he will get it all up down there, and we appreciate that because it means we don't have to go down and rescue him from the third loop down there. We're going to be moving on to our next matchup, which is again a massive one. A couple of Victorians rolling onto the start line. It'll be Callum Gadesi taking on Paul Andrews. Callum Gadesi probably didn't surprise himself, but he certainly surprised everybody else in qualifying yesterday and on Friday afternoon. A 7:25 in the first round provisionally was the number one qualifier. He came out and bettered it yesterday with 7:22, and he'll start. that 722 in qualifying, he shows that's why we race them, and that's why qualifying doesn't count for anything once you get to race day.
The upset there, you would have seen the Gadisi, it spun the tyre on the hit there and just pretty much let the race over there because he was 2/10 down at the 60 foot. Paul Andrews took all advantage, goes through for a 7:39. You can see Gadisi was coming home strong at 186 miles an hour, so probably around 300 kilometres an hour. He's going across the finish line. He had the top end tyre, but he wasn't going to get the race. Paul Andrews. That's it.
Across the stripe, not a representative run. And now I'm just looking down, is that liquid down on the start line, or is that parts that we can see down on the start line? The rag's going down, Jason Hedges hands on as always, getting things sorted down around that start line, because we've still got one more pair left to come in this first round. Let's have a look at the replay. The bike really bogged down on the start line. If you listen, it doesn't sound like it was up in the rev range. It sounded like it never really got up in the revs, and Scott's experienced enough. He rolled down the throttle. He knew he wasn't going to achieve anything by sailing into it across the stripe down there. You know, maybe he could have saved his team a little bit of work.
Yeah, definitely something like with Scott White's bike. It's hard to say up here in the commentary on bikes if he couldn't shift gears maybe, or he short shifted possibly. But he was teammating against teammate in that pairing as well, so there was a little bit on the line that Scott White couldn't survive with, but Scott White will go through the semi-finals. Hopefully they can get it sorted against the matchup as we move now on to the next pairing here in Pro Bike. It will be Tony Frost in the Frost Racing bike to take on our number one qualifier in the lab beside me. It will be Luke Crowley.
Than it otherwise would have been. Have a look at the replay. Look how badly out of shape Luke Crowley got. I've got to say, that's probably the best recovery I've seen on a pro bike, full stop. That was so loose and so far out of the groove. Oh, look at that. Only 18 thousandths of a second at the finish line.
Tony Frost led 399 metres of that race. He led 399 metres, but it's that 400 metre. That's the part we
Yeah, some more noise coming, Trish.
Semifinals. I've got to be honest, that's probably a little bit too close to the index for mine. But a 585 with a 1, he gets the job done, and the Kiwis move on to the semis.
Amazing. We just passed, I've seen that Camaro for Barry Plumpton, 585. Looking at the replay, Smith, he had to shoot out early.
Yeah, all over in 5 seconds.
There was no way he could beat that 585.
That's what she said.
Plumpton has the shot by 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. If the stream does go down for any reason, I'll be back within 2 minutes. Please like and subscribe. Paul, how you going, buddy? Please like and subscribe.
sounded like a bit pop off the start line, but obviously it was still running. So
Yeah,
somebody
might have
was
lost
struggling.
some, but then he kept dropping. So yeah, Harris had some issues there on the hit of the throttle. We saw him judging at 589. In that sort of situation, when you're that far ahead, I'm like, don't go too quick, don't go too quick. Saw him judging, but he didn't. He goes 589 quick speed, 254 miles an hour, gets the win.
That's a really weird one. It's almost like it jumped out of gear or something. Harris, because
Oh, smells sweet in the air. Yeah, I just had to put Nightbot on a bit less often.
Semifinals, and there is that old saying, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And Stu Walsh, well, he's obviously got his lucky charms on board this weekend.
He's still alive and kicking in the semi-finals. It's another chance for the team to go through the data and try and work out what the goals with the Bro one, and hopefully they're going to sort for the semi-finals.
And that's a matter, I can see the disappointment on his eyes, in his eyes through the helmet there, because
You got a beer or a drink?
It's one of those things. You put all the preparation into it. You put all the
Just assuming you have.
and the money, and to get out here and have that happen before you can even take the green in the first round of racing, that is a brutal way to finish it. It does really demonstrate just why the Winternationals is so special. The elimination format, it's the only time all year that we run the elimination format for the professional categories, and as a result, you forget just quite how brutal it can be. So Stu Walsh just getting some help off the racetrack at the top end there, and I'm sure we'll see him back, and hopefully they can get the problems with that car sorted, because we're yet to see a complete pass out of him. We've still got one more matchup in this first round of racing for Pro Mod, and it will be Neil Murphy taking on Daniel Camilleri, our number 1 versus number 8 qualifier. Neil Murphy has impressed me this weekend. He really has. Went 5.85 in the first round of qualifying. Was not outside the 5 seconds.
looking for the win.
Upset here in Brownlow, pro ride. Camilleri had the whole shot. He did his job as a driver. I'm wondering if Murphy was just a little bit too soft on the start line in that Camaro upset. Number 8 qualifier takes down number 1 here at pro ride. Semifinals. It wasn't clean for Camilleri by anywhere around the nation. There was a couple of medals right there. You see the car sort of bunny hop its way down the racetrack. Had to get it back into the centre of the group. For Neil Murphy, I'm not actually sure what really happened other than it just bombed the tyres. Spun the tyres really hard at the start line. And for Neil Murphy, unfortunately, that number 1 qualifier, when it comes down to
back to box again.
The beauty of drag racing is all about. Come out here, it's one on, two go in, one out. Sometimes it's not the one it's got. Round 1 on top of the motorcycle. A 642, 190 miles per hour. And Mark's giving him the biscuit. It's his slowest run of the week.
I'm saying it's a positive because the engine looks like it's all together on that pass. So let's look at Corey Buddigan in lane side. That was his quickest lap of the weekend. That was actually a really good pass for Corey Buddigan, 750, because he was off a bit lane in the pass. So it was going to be probably a low 7-second, maybe a high 6-second pass for Corey Buddigan.
That reverse angle there is a great shot that shows you just how much he was mixing up the cylinders. Now we talk about that in a nitro engine. What you want to do is keep the spark lit. These bikes and these, even the top fuel cars and funny cars, they put so much fuel volume into the cylinders that sometimes that fuel volume can actually extinguish the spark. And if it extinguishes the spark, that's when you start to have real problems in these fuel bikes. You can tell that that's going on when you see the raw fuel coming out of the exhaust pipe. Raw fuel, very, very bad. It results in a lot of very expensive bits in these cars and bikes. So Damien Musk, unfortunately, it looks like it all is okay down there, and he'll be back.
Yeah, it's not a bad day, Trish. Except for the wind's a little bit cool. Looks like a jumper on and a hoodie. Other than that, it's okay.
A lapse time. Penny Stevens, he got off the track for 2 of his 3 very strong start that get it started
big improvement for Greg Durat, but he will be out of this event. Unfortunately, it is elimination format, and that means that he is going to start his long tow back to Australia. Something good earlier.
It was his quickest pass of the weekend at 8:04. He was with Ben Stevens to half track, but then the power of the Harley just shot him through there. Yeah, 202 mile an hour. Ben Stevens crew there, very, very happy with that 6:19 line.
Okay, Trish. Yeah, I came out here this morning, there was smoke in the air. I suppose being Southern America, there's bound to be some wildfire somewhere. Solo run.
At 188 miles per hour. Ashford will get the W this time around, and Damien Martini, for all of the progress they've made this weekend, that is not what you want to see from right off the start.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the team. Heartbreaking as well here around one racing for Damien Martini, but take nothing away from Ian Ashford. Very consistent, 756, good speed as well, 188 miles an hour there for Ian Ashford on that Nitro Harley. So he will go through to the semi-finals, where he will take on in front of me, but yeah, you can see the issues there for Damien Martini on the gear wrench replay there. Just instantly lost power there on the hit of the throttle. That's Damien Martini.
Hey Corey,
really
welcome to chat.
You think about
please like and subscribe. Anybody who could in chat, be much appreciated.
The exhaust pipes went wet really early on, which makes me think to be 2 of the Denali Hot Shots bikes through to the semis here in Top Fuel Motorcycle, and that's exactly what they want to set out for when they start this weekend.
I think about 3 Nitro Harleys through to the semi-finals and one of the multi-cylinder bikes there. And looking at the replay here, so you can see Zara was way out in front, and then he would have just had the best view of Michael Miller going past him on the finish line here in the gear range replay. You just don't see that often too often. So that is our first round done and dusted of Top Fuel Motorcycle. We're now moving into round 2 of Top Doorslammer.
So absolutely, we are going to be moving into some Top Doorslammer action, and again, it is actually round 2 of racing for Top Doorslammer. And first matchup looks like it's going to be Nigel Dixon up Emilio Spinozzi.
Kiwi Day.
Issue, I think, as well. Holy cow! Dixon, what a job! Yeah. But Nigel Dixon, a 593 Spinozzi. Let's look at the Gearage replay. I thought Emilio had him, but the shoots came out very early.
Looks like no reason, yeah.
So it might have lifted the blower. Let's have a look here on the exit pin on the right hand side. Eagle Eye, Rusty Gregory picked up on that. Man, it was on a mission too. So it lifted the blower, it threw the laundry, and Nigel Dixon said, "See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya!"
And that's why we come to the racetrack and don't do a loading in there.
Fair enough. Nigel, well done. They will be ecstatic about this. The advances through to round 3. You've got to feel for Emilio Spinozzi, the Terra Civil, Minto, Paul, Cheval. It's been rapid so far. This weekend, that team will be devastated. Big family representation this weekend. And the Kiwi gets out. Big smiles and very vision. Got the colour club everywhere. Let's go to Knoxville. Knoxville, you can't wait to get there. Come on.
That was good. I think they might have been considering what's coming in the future for them.
Let's get out the venue. We're back in the seat.
That's a big scout. Yeah, no, it was awesome. But yeah, wow, what a great team my guys put it together.
a great car today, lights, I was just saying I stuck that up a little bit, but we got there in the end, so beauty.
Logistical challenge coming across the ditch.
Oh, hell of a logistical, It's just, but it's our been our dream.
It's cost him a fortune to get that car out.
We got here and we're still in. But can I just say, this goes out to Bob's family, condolences from us all, and happy birthday to our wish you all.
We're still in. Richter. Oh, mate, that's what you love about it. You just have to feel for Emilio because they were on a mission this weekend, and there may be some issues, but a little bit of clean-up, which allows me a chance to talk to you about what we've got coming up in a moment. Ronnie Palumbo will face Brody Zavia.
There's a lot of good races.
Well, a lot of the cheap dog food's full of fillers.
Yeah, Cutterjar standing off to the side, a man who brews up a pretty big cup of coffee as well.
Who knows, anything from sawdust?
It's a bit scary when you see standing with that beard like that.
They could sell, I suppose. Same with human food.
By the way, never got sauce in it.
Lots of things in there you don't even know it's in there.
Right inside of the Spectator Bank. Hello to everybody enjoying the sunshine up on the Spectator Bank. Everybody put your hands up, get up and shake it around a bit like old mate just did. God, he's all about it. Santa Claus in the middle there, rocking the shirt. Wonderful to have you currently the legendary 6-time Australian doorslammer champion Victor Bray joining me. Can we get that crowd here again?
Where is Victor?
Really heard me before. We are talking to Victor Bray. Can you stick your hand up if you remember what a legend Victor Bray is around these parts? If you wave to the right, Victor's looking right at you on the screen, everybody. So wave to your right, put your hands together for the legend that is Victor Bray. And guess what? You come back this year. That's what you said. I remember you saying it.
If I come back, it'll be at this event next year.
So you're coming back at this event next year. That's all I hear, Victor.
Well, that's some words in my mouth.
Yeah, Benny Bray's just spat out his hot dog, doesn't say. But we can't work out yet how many winters you've won.
No, it's
not even Google Chat can work it out.
No, I think it's now 3 or 4.
You said 4 or 5, and you're making 3 of them.
No, I was spending Brady racing in 3.
Now look at this. Ronnie Palumbo, yesterday was his mum's birthday. Happy birthday to Donna. She's here, and Ronnie wrote his mum's name on the back windscreen yesterday. And look how quickly he turned it around. This is how much he's got the Chevy logo underneath my name, so he knows that's a bit of a fart, because I'm a bit of a blue oval guy. You just see there Emilio Spinozzi looking devastated because they had something for sure. Great family operation. I was around their pit yesterday and they had the deep mark music flowing, they had the white wine, they had the good food. Typical way of doing things, the way the Italians go about it. So let's talk about this matchup coming up right now. Ronnie Palumbo and Brody Zappi. You ever saw Brody before?
Yeah, we had a chat for a while.
Incredible things he's doing in his rookie year.
Oh, he is, yeah. He's a little bit frustrated he can't get into the 70s, but he's working hard to try and get it down there. So he's done some things to try and get it there, and that's going to be a tough run this time.
So we're going to go down to Benny Bishop. If you could just say ciao to Emilio for me, please, because I now speak fluent Italian with him, Benny.
Well, I don't think he's in the mood for any of that at the moment. Wade, he's pretty disappointed. What's the story, mate?
Oh, we just popped the blower off it. We've been chasing the tune-up. I'm not too sure why it's done what it's done, because it shouldn't have done it. So we just go back and assess the data and go from there.
A lot of oil, man.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I can't see where it's coming from. It looks like from the bottom end, so it's probably a chucker roll or something like that. Yeah.
Sad to hear, mate.
Yeah, there's a little bit of carnage, a little bit of fire, but that's all right. We'll just go back and fix it up and go again.
Great attitude.
That's it. Nice. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, very good man. There's Emilio Spinozzi. Been around the game a time or two. Has Carousel, his family business. So we were talking about Brody. You said before, we've got
Thanks, Trish, for telling me.
584 bracket, which he was sort of stuck in for a little while. He has been into the 5.7s, but now he seems to be back in that 580 mark. They've gone to some new, in inverted commas, some new tyres for him. They're not brand new, they're second-handers, but they're newer to him. Now, they had issues with a cracked mag cap yesterday as well, so they've been busy. They haven't had their best performance yet. Now, as you know, Victor, this car has some history at this place.
Yeah, on the wall, right across from us.
On the wall.
So you would vividly remember that when Zach got into the wall, he had current. Brody's not even remotely fazed by that. You can bring it up and talk about it. He's like, I was here. I was just a little kid. I remember when it happened. But let's talk about a more happy anniversary for that car. in September 18 of this year, it's 20 years since Zach ran the first 5, the Dino's Crane Cash.
Yep.
Yeah, what was your connection to that run?
I believe I loaned him a blower belt. Well, even if I didn't, I got it at home and he gave it to me after the run, and it's got 596 as a signature, so it's in the man cave.
He likes 559 and 558 a bit more these days. We'll take a very quick break and when we come back the next round of Door Slammer here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals.
Might have to mute it just for a sec, the music. Hey Jam, how you going, buddy? Please like and subscribe. Be much appreciated. I am Mon 23. How you going, bud?
From him. 573, that is around PB territory for him as well. Tremendous job for him. It's not PB, I don't think, but it's very, very stout for Ronnie Palumbo. They were .041 and 042. They were 960 against 980 at the 60 foot. They were 2.52 at 330 against 2.58. Nothing in it at any point, but at the end when it mattered, a 573 beats a 586, and the Sydney sider will go through on an emotional weekend for that race team. There's a sticker down the right-hand side, Benny, that attributes both his dad, Frank Palumbo, and of course the late. There he is, Semifinal, baby. Let's go to Benny.
That's about as good as it gets. Surely you're thinking, wait, really want to give this one? I don't know what I'm thinking at the moment. Pretty impressive run, mate. Thanks, man. That was killer. I couldn't even see the tree. Well done, bro. That's brilliant. Yeah, I couldn't even see the tree. They put me to the right because there was a bowl patch on the lane, so I couldn't see the tree. I was literally
They put a tree in the middle of the track.
In the blower hat, so I thought I was going to fumble it. Didn't. Semi-finals. Well done, mate. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Oh, Benny, you got to thank him for the pork belly last night. Take us through real quick. He's a master chef, this bloke. You got to thank him for us. He cooked dinner for us last night.
Well, I've done that separately, of course, but we've got to get recipes, apparently. You're starting a social media channel or cooking?
I could, but some of them are top secret, eh?
Yeah, we don't need that one.
Especially that stuff of putting weight steak last night.
Hey!
Mate, it was very, very nice, mate. Very, very nice. Special.
It was all a setup because of this little thing on the back window here. You just that was a nice piece of work, mate. You've got quite the sign right, right?
Thank you. And yeah, done it myself. Took a couple of hours to get the colours out, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the end result.
You've got a bit of work to do. We'll let you go.
Thanks, mate. See you guys.
Benny, you might want to grab Bro real quick and just walk right past you as well because he's done a wonderful job on that booth here at the bank as well.
Great sportsmanship too to see.
Yeah.
At that age, no one having to go and do that to the other team, and it fares well for the future.
So you're looking right now on the right-hand lane here as you look at the camera. The left-hand lane, if you get a shot of the OGL Australia Royal Precision Lubricants Camaro, you are looking at the brand new back-to-back Australian top doorslammer champion. Russell Taylor has been able to get the job done. Now, we'll go back to Benny Bish, who's with BZAP.
Who's got $50 in his pocket? What's that about? So we need confirmation on the reaction times there because it's obviously a bet running.
Well, Ronnie was actually too afraid to put a bet on this run, otherwise he probably would have won it. But I'll just keep this as memorabilia of the time that I put a bet a lot in ongoing qualifying in Sydney. So thanks, mate. This has been in my pocket in Sydney.
Oh, wow.
And it'll probably stay there. So thank you.
How cool is that? So I think it was an Opal 3 and Opal 2. Correct me, boys, if you haven't.
Opal 1 for Ronnie, Opal 2 for Ronnie.
Opal 2 for you. I was close. So there you go. Okay, take us back through the run.
No, you got it. Yeah, well, I'm not too sure what happened. I've left and thought I went pretty good, and seen Ronnie just pull out in front of me, and then he sitting probably half a car to a car ahead. I had some form of fluid spraying all over me the whole run, so I just started lifting my leg away from the gearbox, waiting for something to go. But yeah, we did everything we could. We kicked rods last night, thrashed to swap everything out, and borrowed a Transbrake solenoid off an Outlaws racer. So thank you so much for getting us back out there. Yeah, it's just been a massive task. So big thanks to all the sponsors, Max Plant, for all their support, Craig Pedley, everyone else, Denoni Hot Shots, JP Pallets, Petersburg again, Plus Speed Engineering, just everyone on the car. Yeah, this wouldn't be possible without you guys. Uncle John for the opportunity, Ronnie for a great race, and good luck on your future ventures, mate. Thanks to all the crew for all their hard work last night, but this none of this would be possible without you guys, so big thanks.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Quality person.
Good job, Ronnie. Good job.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we just had a really cool shot. That's Jeremy Callahan. This is the battle of the blue eyes. Because Jeremy has those haunting blue eyes. That's Cruz lumbering off to the right-hand side of him as well. And the car alongside him, we just mentioned it, incredible. Out of a rookie season last year, he won the championship. He dominated this event last year, ran a 5:59 with a 2. At the time, was a national record and a track record here. And this weekend already, by round 2 of the second last round, Russell Taylor is back-to-back on rookie debut Australian top door slammer champion. Willowbank, would you please put your hands together for this West Aussie? That is phenomenal to win a championship in your second year back-to-back already.
It's such an achievement, and I think it's his attitude towards racing. He'll do anything, he can drive anything, and a good team behind him. He's put it all together, and to win 2 in a row is something else anyway, let alone your first 2.
Yeah, look, absolutely, and he always says it is what it is. You'll never get much out of him. He's very quietly spoken. He prefers to let his hot rod make all the conversation, but it's got Steve Ham and Stu Rowland. They really are this Camaro whisperer. They're very, very clever between. There he is. It is what it is, Russ, right? Championship back-to-back. Very, very cool. We'll be back in a moment when Russell takes on Jeremy.
I have to mute the stream just for a second for music.
Stick around. Yeah, Vicky, you were just going to say it's a great part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, great part of the world. I think it's in the same weekend as the V8, so don't try and get a restaurant little walk there already.
Look at this crowd, Victor Bray.
It's unreal, isn't it?
You must be so proud. You don't live too far from here, really, in the scheme of things.
No, it's good to see the crowd there on Sunday. Usually the Sunday's a little bit lighter than Saturday, but it's just strong both days. It just shows that a bit of good weather is a fantastic race and will certainly bring the crowd in.
We still have 2 matchups to go in this second round of Top Doorslammer, and we're going to see John Zampier up against Rob Harrington. Now, that is massive for Harry.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him between rounds there, and Tony was there, his dad, that I've raced him dozens and hundreds of times over the years, and they're keen, like he still thinks he can win it, he's got the ambition there, you know, and he just never know. Look what happened with Spinozzi, you know, like anything can go wrong in drag racing, and you got to keep that, you got to keep smiling.
Absolutely, mate. We are going to have Nitro Funny Car back up very soon as well. Justin Walsh, one of the great characters of Nitro Funny Car, that is for sure. Let's catch up with I don't know. He's a larrikin, he's a left foot, he's a gasser, and he's a kind of a good dude. Gold Coaster Justin Walsh. Just beautiful conditions. Here we go. The information has come through. Victor has won 4 Winternationals plus 1 when it was an exhibition bracket. So I'll count that as 5. Yeah. Right?
Let's do that. Sounds good.
And 3 of them were against your kid.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What's Benny doing? Is there a chance you'll both come back to doorslammer? Can I just...
No, he'll probably do something sooner than tonight. He's talking about a funny car at the moment, but I can talk about that every year. But since about 2014, we had a really good run in a fun car back then, around the championship and stuff. So, but he had some ideas. Jackson's now fabricating in the workshop, and Ben's got some ideas on building a car and engine location and rear end setup and stuff like that. And he's pretty keen to do something along those lines at the moment. I think he loves his Corvette he's got now, but he just thinks he can do better.
Talk dirty to me, Victor. Ready to get back to that chat we're talking about with Justin Walsh.
Welcome back. What was it like being on the couch when you had to watch your baby being little by Tommy Johnson Jr.?
I was actually in bed. I wasn't even on the couch. I was pretty good there for a bit, so yeah, I was laid in bed, but very stressful. But out of the whole weekend, the thing that stressed me the most was we'd organised TJ, we got him on the plane, got over here, the boys got the truck to Adelaide, got everything set up. And they rang me and they said, "Did you book Tommy a motel room?" And I said, "No, Mike's booked him one." And they went, "No, you're supposed to have booked him one." So I got pretty nervous. I thought, TJ's going to have to go stay with the boys. My boys like to have a bit of a good time, a bit of a party, and pretty much an arrogant. So I was a little bit nervous that TJ might be a bit over the top. But maybe actually fell in love with these guys. And this morning, he texted every single person on the team individually. I said, "Have a crack at these guys, I wish I was there, blah, 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 which that's just amazing.
Since you've been away, the boys have been running the threes reasonably consistently.
We haven't got ours in the threes. The other car, like we're right there, it's all that lower in the truck. We're trying to do a little bit different to how the other cars are run, so we're hoping they'll do it and jump right into the threes. I don't want to go 399. I like to be below 399, so at least it's where we're hoping to be. We'll get that one done.
Back in Sydney, championship is how do you grasp it and how you link that?
Oh, look, the championship this season for us is it's not even a possibility to happen because the first 2 rounds we rotate part of some description and this time next time. The 3-round format is going to be having some upwards of my day game, and then because of this Adelaide, whereas this time last year we won Adelaide, we run the event we're at now, and we went 1 win Nashville. So last year was gold, and this year's a little bit different, but it's cool. Like we didn't come into this season to win a championship. Last year we wanted to win a championship, we didn't win the rest. This year is about performance and just trying to get to that 3 seconds there and 30 mile an hour. So
saw the worm when you wrap the thing up in the winters. If you can run a lower than 394, you're not going to burn out catch your worm.
there'll definitely be some kind of dancing going on. She might have passed over Russell, but I don't know.
Really? I thought it was on 7, mate. Thanks for telling me, buddy. Italy or something like that. It might be just broadcasting in Queensland only.
Kevin, a point too late. Russell a point one.
Or they might show it a later date.
Oh man, how about the drive job from Russell?
Oh, what was the end there?
Yeah, well, it's not just the car that wins the races, it's the drive.
Look at the drive job from Russell. There was no way he was going to let sprint car to Kevin Timmins in this weekend. Kevin had to go, you know what, that's a sprint car drive, and he's driven sprint cars as well as speed cars, as well as Formula 500, as well as jet sprint boats, plus a very angry Tirana and supercharged Outlaws. Drive job, Mr. Taylor. That's how you win 2 Aussie championships in 2 years right there.
Yep. You rely on the car every run, but it's also it's got to be ready for that, hasn't it? It has to be ready for it, that go right.
Wow, Benny Bish, that's a drive job right there, mate.
The guys are applauding the drive job.
Yeah, I got a dead rat on the mic.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heavy one.
That's the best I can do for the sound.
Got the job now.
ET was, I think you were 900 behind, so you had a really good one.
Yeah, it's, that was about, I think I even might have knocked off a bit early, so, but yeah, no, we'll data and go from there. Good job. All right, thank you.
Wow, he usually says it is what it is. It's kind of a t-shirt he needs to have made. He's such a laid-back cat, Benny Bishop, isn't he? And there's Jeremy. If you get a chance, grab Jeremy too. He's a good operator, this guy, and he's been very, very impressive so far in our championship. Oh, boy.
The boys probably thought they had a little bit more, because that's where they were measuring the track out there. Where they had the shape, so they obviously put a fair bit of forward out there, and I probably thought it was a little bit extra.
Buddy, thanks mate for your comments.
This guy, Benny Vick, stand back.
He's excited.
This is going to be big. Rob Harrington advances through.
like and subscribe, everybody. Horsepower is happening.
Gets way over in Gary Phillips' lane. It looks like all's well at the end. 585 for Wayne Price. It was a solid pass, but it was not enough to get around a world record-setting performance for Gary Phillips.
He was what he ran in qualifying to the thousandths of a second, 5.470 seconds.
Hey Ryan.
Speed was just, so that tells me you might have marked it up early, Gary Phillips.
Welcome, mate.
In the 5.46. Let's look at the replay here, Rusty. Watch Wayne Price.
I want to see what happened down in the deep end because Wayne Price, no shoots, went way over the crest with no shoots, and it looked like he might have got over into Gary Phillips' lane. Gary had to drive it, and he got it down in. He only needed to really beat 057 or better, and he would have beaten Shane Phillips there. We said that was a danger matchup, and Shane Phillips gets out of jail free there.
I'm wondering if Shane actually put it on the funny car, because the 550 out, I would expect it to probably go a little bit quicker than that. But Searle, he took it to him. He knew he had to cut a light, and he tried. He did everything he could do in that part. Unfortunately, 16th out too early on the tree for Andrew Searle, but that is wild. And it's not a big red light either. It's an 016. He took a shot at the tree, came up a little bit short, but at 557, we said that car could run in the 50s, and guess what? It ran in the 50s. We said that he could potentially make some upsets today, and he very nearly did it, Shane Phillips. So he will move on through to the semi-finals, where he will take on either Chris Hargrave
or Brett White, Gary Phillips will have to take on Daniel Reed or Brittany.
Still heaps more to go.
Potentially, if both of those guys can win their semi-final matchups, we could have an all-Phillips final round here in Pro Alcohol at the Winternationals.
There is a few storylines still to play out, but the potential is
There's
there.
at least another 3 hours.
Final here at the Winternationals.
We're not getting ahead of ourselves. Semifinals. That's a really solid run for Brittany because 574 is her PB. She went 579 that time out. So she gave him a race and it was a big hole shot as well. She was actually out in front when you look at it. Daniel Reed only got around her at about the 1,000-foot mark. He only just pulled ahead down there. And for Daniel Reed, he's not a guy who gets too worked up about much. He's a fairly laid-back kind of guy. But I reckon he'll be in there just sort of taking it all in, thinking, you know what, we did it, you know. His dad is a champion racer. His dad's won a couple of, more than a couple of Australian championships in his own right. His dad is granddad is a legend of Australian drag racing, Jim Reed in his own right. And to take home another championship for the family, they're the definition of a drag racing family, aren't they? And to see
they really are. The entire family are out here. Grandparents, parents. Yep. Daniel Reed, his kids are racing junior drags now as well. His partner races in Supercharged Outlaws.
His mum and his grandma both race.
They both race as well.
When we say they are a racing family, there is no...
Yeah, that's what 2% brings, isn't it? Those, give me close, but not close enough.
Please like and subscribe if you haven't already done so.
Confirmation here that was, of course, the rerun from Melbourne.
And when you know your son's a good racer, that it brings, doesn't it? And you know you've got to cover good lights. You test the tree. You test it too much. You can see there you'll watch it. He was going to chase down, but left too early. There it is, the wreck on the tree. I think Josh even had the shoots out slightly early as well before it crossed the finish line.
You would have seen that. He's seen that more times than anyone I know. So when you look at this, you can see that Josh does pull the shoot early. He knows he's won. You can see that big yellow light. Now that's the thing is, I've talked to Bill about this many times. I said, how do you go? pretty laid back, but we will see Peter in the altered. Have a look at the times, though. I know they're both red lead, but a 6:55 with a 6:55 with an 8 on that 6:54 for Pete Lane. 6:32 with a 6:30 for Peter Byrne. 222 miles an hour for Byrne and 210 for Lane. Both of them put on a good show. Both of them were itchy to get out with a red light.
Well, they didn't want to live with that. They said, "Give the show a crowd. This is what they came for. Fast cars."
And the thing is, though, Peter Byrne would have seen that win light, but he still drove it through. He said, "No, there's no better than the front end." Steve knew he had to chase hard because Fiona's a good competitor, and he chased a little bit too hard and went 066 red. Mind you, he did run a 642 on a 641, so had it not been a red light, it would have been hard to beat, to be honest, because that was a closer package than B's. But B, 012, that's how you get it.
Yeah, that's timing, isn't it? That'll definitely win you more races than it won't. So nice work there for Fiona. We'll see the next round. Old student tried outlaws.
Yeah, good work there for those races. Have a look at on the replay. Gets the outlaws. That's a good light. She really just cut the light, did the deed. Funny car. Watch this thing. You'll see the top end speed. The 216 mile an hour out of this funny car. Got a little bit loose there at half track, but brings it in. Pulls those double shoots out, but it wasn't enough because of red light. Those butterflies completely open on both of those cars. Absolutely, look, that is great vision. Just see that heat haze coming out of the car. How good is it look? See it shoot on the rear engine Dragster. As we wait for our next competitors to come through to the lanes. Sure what they are here as yet, but a big welcome to everybody who is here. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to say, I know that a lot of people are watching at home, but the amount of people on the premises who are here to watch this crowd is absolutely outstanding. And you can see up there up on the big board there behind the crowd, the QDRC track champs and the Street Series champs here, of course, at this track, which we have regularly. So if you are just a little bit tantalised on the weekend, you want to go see some racing, make sure you come down to Brighton. But have a look at the crowd in the grandstand, and mind you, this is how we go. This is how the crowd goes. So, look, I hope you're enjoying it. We're going to take a break. We'll be back very shortly.
Mute it for a second. just doing some maintenance on the track.
Here at Willowbank Raceway, this is going to be a very exciting moment for somebody. Let's do this. Hands up if you would like to win a Harley-Davidson today. Hands up. Hands up if you've ever ridden a Harley-Davidson. Okay, let's reduce the numbers a little. But that's okay, because when you win this sucker, you're going to want to ride it. It's a 40th anniversary Willowbank Raceway Harley. Now, this is the terms and conditions. When you entered in the draw, you would know this. You had to buy a ticket that included the Sunday. You have to be here. You have to have bought it online, including today's ticket, and you must be here to collect your winning prize. Doesn't mean you have to ride at home. Just means you're about to be very excited. So, if you're in the race there on the hill, stand up if you know you're in the draw. So everybody else sit down. If you bought your ticket online, including the Sunday, stand up. Everybody else sit down. Kind of like stand up, sit down.
I bought a ticket on Sunday.
So, if you know you're a potential winner here, stay standing up. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Check the giant screens. We're about to spin the wheel of Harley-Davidson here. Thanks to our friends at Kathleen Alley and Harley-Davidson. Here we go. Someone's about to win a Harley. And here's
Jessica. Good now.
If you are, somebody point to us. You're going to win now.
I think you have to be here to win it too. That's been up there.
Your life has just changed. Hey, in the passenger seat here. Look at you. I mean, it's always been
Not the Sydney one where they've all the dykes on bikes.
But otherwise, good to have Jim in the house. You might go and have a little bit of chat to our sponsor.
Vehicle 983 9.
in the lanes here right now. You can see the Phil Reed team getting ready right now. The Black Mambas, that's Bruce Reed just standing here and all the crew. Over there is Phil Lamartina with Sarah's Cool. Orange sneakers as always. Oh, good. Oh, don't you run. I see what's going on here. Nice try. Julie Reed tried to sneak away. I saw what you did then. How's things going?
Very good, thank you.
Are you keeping that lunatic under control?
Never. He is out of control at all times.
And you love that about him. This is a lovely Julie Reed, everybody. This is Phil's long-suffering wife. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you very much.
She makes amazing social media content. We'll wander down this way. You can see the Rapasada guys. Hello, ladies. We'll wander this down here at the moment. Good to see the boys getting ready. What will Damien Harris come up with? You just never know with this amazing Nathan's over here. The trucker. One of the amazing truck drivers for Rapasada team. Mate, I'm thinking this is a good number coming up.
I hope so, yeah. Conditions are good, car's good, team's ready to go, so fingers crossed.
Throw something at it.
Yeah, we're going to go for it.
I had a feeling you would say that. Good luck to you guys. The Palm Steve Reed is just down here as well. The Walker's Turf Supplies entry. Oh, Brooke Rapasada's like, oh great. She runs around the corner and I'm standing right there. Like she's going to just try and weed past me. I know where you're going. I'll just walk with you really fast. Can we just walk? Oh, it's only because of the microphone or because I'm talking to you. Good. We need to walk like this. How you feeling? Good. You gonna run a big number?
I don't know, hopefully.
I knew you wouldn't say that safely. You're going to back this lunatic up. Good luck.
Thank you.
She's a BAD A55 racer herself right there. That's Brooke Rapasada. That's the Pom. Just, in fact, he's underneath the umbrella. Because it gets very hot. All right, how are we feeling this time? Sorry? How are we feeling this time?
Oh, good. Yeah, a lot more confident. You know, the motor came apart very clean. So it was just a blowout. We're creeping up on it, we're just making changes, and hopefully we go down the track. I think it was more of an adjustment problem last time, but we've just put another fresh belt on and dead cheap, something's got to break. But the good part was that everything came out clean in the engine, so we're up. I mean, it was nice that we duly came down and congratulate us how fast it went, up to 330 feet and towards half track. So we're looking more. I mean, I'd be real happy if we run a low 390 by the end of the week.
Good to see you back, mate.
Thanks very much.
The Palm Steve Reed. So as you can see, the teams are in the lanes here right now. This is our Mickey Thompson pit report presented by Rocket Industries. The Lamas have just got the tyre covers on with the viewers sponsorship on the side, and Phil has celebrated over 20 years with the Fuchs side of things. The only way I get to talk to Dean Putton is when I just accidentally sneak up next to Dean Rossiter, who always smells so good. What are we wearing today?
I actually don't know.
I don't know if you can. This microphone, when you're able to smell this, this is the best smelling crew chief in top fuel racing right here. You've been consistent.
Yeah, we have. Look, this weekend was more about coming out and just making the car work than anything else, and so far so good. We're just looking for a little bit more speed, a little bit more mile per hour, and a little more ET, and we'll be good. So.
If Phil runs at 360, he has to get his ears pierced like this. We've talked about it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Dean Rossiter right there, and a talented young crew chief working on that. Phil Lamartina, Fuchs, Top Fuel, Dragster. The Black Mamba being manoeuvred into position as well. Hey, Willowbank, are you ready for some Top Fuel? I'll grab Santino real quick. All right, just give me something.
Ready to get your eardrums burst.
Yeah, good answer. Santino Rapasada and his brother Santo Jr. Boy, howdy, Willowbank. Hands up if you're ready for some Top Fuel.
So we are about to go racing with some Nitro round 2 of Top Fuel coming your way. And once again, we have got some absolutely killer matchups. It is going to be a big round of racing, that is for sure. First up, though, is going to be the Battle of the Fields. Once again, we saw this matchup in the first round of racing. It was a great race, side-by-side race, but it was Phil Reed that took the victory that time around. Just trying to get off my paperwork up here. We are rolling through our categories very quickly here today, that is for sure, as we get to the final day of the Winternationals. It does tend to roll through extremely quickly, and I think we've just got the fire up signal down here for these cars. So looking at the results from the first round of racing, Phil Reed did race Phil Lamantina. It was a 377 to a 387. It was advantage Reed.
3:39.
Margin of victory 71 10,000ths of a second. What a drag race!
Did you see the
3:83.
Jimmy racing team? Come on, Willowbank, side by side, top fuel for your Sunday, baby. 379 beats the 383 in the numbers.
383.
Real down in the 386 side of things at the moment, which ordinarily you would say you got to be better, you got to be down, but it's consistent at least at this point.
Hey, it's going down the racetrack every single time. There's a lot to unpack with this replay. Let's have a look. It was a reaction time advantage to Phil Lamantina, 0.72 to 1.07 on the tree. It was actually a little bit late to Phil Reed. The go by his own standards. Phil Lamantina was first off the line, and he was in front all the way to the finish line. It was only at the stripe that Phil Reed drove around him, and as I said, 0.071 of a second was the margin of victory. 71 10,000ths of a second.
So you think it's close?
Close is an understatement. It's incredibly close. And
thanks, Cliff, for telling me.
2 wins from 2, and more importantly for those guys as well, it's 2 wins with 3 seconds.
I noticed the stream they were doing from here. Yes, they kept dropping out every so often. Mine's dropped out twice.
He had no idea.
It seemed to be alright now. I'm not going to move nothing, so give it no chance to drop out.
He wouldn't have been able to see Phil Reed alongside him.
So the interesting part too for Benny Bishop as well, this second round is critical with the ET. That's what will get you in to the A final. He goes, not even joking, are you? So I think he thought he had it. He saw it, he had Rusty say on our gear race replay. What a tremendous drag race.
That was a different, you're not joking, are you, to what we had for Josh Slater earlier on today. That was a very different one.
Boy, it's good to see the Jim Reed Racing Hydrolink Black Mamba up and about, and the Carol King, Phil Lamantina, how good that helmet too on the back of the tractor, up on the back of the farm. Benny Bish, boy, that was close, mate.
Yeah, it was close, and I'm just about to deliver some information. You're at the 380s, you can't get out of it, and you just lost that by 71 10,000ths of a second. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh, look, really can't complain. We've done now 5 runs in the 80s.
I don't have to change batteries or anything, so I'm not touching nothing, not touching the bag. Still on the bag, that's what I'm talking about, chat.
Obviously, Hayley, thinking about her this weekend from Plucker. So look, we'll see where it gets us. Hopefully we're fast enough to make the B final, and then you never know what happens. We looks like everyone's doing their job. The car, the driver, everything's going alright, but you just can't beat class. So that's it. What do? Kick, punch, reset, and go again.
That's a very philosophical outlook.
You spell philosophical, P-H-I-L, right? And he's always been that way. There's no doubt about it. He says, well done to Phil Reed, who gives him that cheeky grin off to the left-hand side as he cruises through. His mad dog comes running down. Dave Archer, his partner Mel, who's tuned in watching, and their little pup. I'm sure she's pretty excited about all that, as well as the comic genius that is Felipe Reed is about to climb out. And that's a solid run for them. Is it going to be enough to put him into the A final?
Well, and that is the question. At the moment, I mean, you look at the performances we saw at Harrison Uni. Step one for those guys is they have to win. Step two is that they need to now go quicker than 379. Really, that's the equation. It's going to be an interesting one, that is for sure. And Phil Reed, he's at the top end of the racetrack with the ditch.
Okay, you get a win, but there's still extinguishers going off. Yeah, I've got to finish my own turn before that one come back. Had my foot, right lucky with a foot hoop. I was yanked on that and I released it, I'm still going.
Okay, so the race, 379, you beat him, 71 thousandths of a second in the line.
What did you run?
3 out of 3.
Yeah. So, but yeah, at the finish line it was like, a bit
hairy, but very entertaining for us.
Yeah, I think it's hurt it because it was still going. I'm trying to pull my foot back and I had the shoots out. We'll see. We'll see how we go. Yeah. I mean, we'll probably have to do 5 against London again. It's a Colin Cool show.
I was waiting for him to get something in, but the body language and the tone of his voice tells me that's a major blow, because he did say to me at the start of the day, if we hurt this today, that'll be it, we'll be done. So they're a very resourceful team. I think it would be easy to look at the Hydrolink sponsorship and the way they present and go, this team has a bottomless budget, and without Hydrolink, this wouldn't be possible. I'm going to say that to you right now. But this could be a critical blow to this drag racing team, and you may not see them again. Let's hope that is not the case. Corey down there, along with Bruce Reed and their very hard-working team. That's Phil's son Curtis, standing right next to him at the moment. He's got his own career bubbling along very nicely with Supercharged Outlaws as well, and Bruce's son Adam is on this team as well. Oh man, I hope they make it.
That's the most rapid that I've seen Phil Reed in a dragster. He's done a lot in this sport. He's won championships, he's won a lot of stuff, he's been on fire from one side of the country to the other, but I don't think I've ever seen him be at the point where he has to take a deep breath to compose himself before he says what happens. That's unusual.
So folks, if you're tuned in at home, grab yourself a cold one out of the fridge. We'll be back on the other side of this break.
Yeah, Chris probably got one in his hand.
How good is this? Winter? Nah, it's hot here.
Yeah, I've got a jumper on. Just to stop the wind chill factor. On the back of my head. Just going to mute it for a second, this music.
It's perfect. It's like spring. At night time, it's as cold as your mother-in-law's kiss, but during the day, she warm. And spare a thought for that little bloke. Shoehorned in to the South Australian Atlantic Oils Rapasada Autosport International Top Fuel Dragster. So the chief ticker is here. I wonder if she's ever ridden a Harley or been in a Harley or...
She's got to learn fast.
I think she's got a few blokes who'd like to show her how to ride. I'll just take it for the weekend and show you how to ride. I did say to Andy Lopez, if we win it, I'll leave it right in the back. I'll leave it that from the back.
So here's a curious thing that we've got coming up now. So I can see Wayne Newby's down there up against Damien Harris. It looks like they're going to be lining up against each other in this race. Am I wrong in saying that?
Well, I'm looking at Santino Rapasada just there.
I've only got Damien Harris in the computer system here, so I might be a solo pass. So one thing I do want to touch on as well is the partnership that the Rapasada team's had with Atlantic Oils, entering its 14th year this year as well. They've been on board for a long, long time, and they do a great job flying the flag for the Australian company Atlantic Oils. And I know that Suzanne from Atlantic is watching here this weekend, so big hello to her.
Nitro sachet for you at the Winters.
Damien Harris has driven just about everything there is to drive and then some. But he had his hands full on that run. The car was really pivoting around the front end. The back was sliding from side to side, turning the tyres a little bit at the top end of the racetrack. And that is why the speed is down 322 miles per hour. If you have a look here, you see the tyres go really skinny, really, really quick. And it's actually black tracking. It's spinning the tyres at over 300 miles per hour, which when you think about it, it's just nuts in itself.
Look at that.
But he had a big drive job on his hands.
Watch the end of the run here. When he goes through, you can see, oh my goodness me. You know what it's like when sometimes it's a little wet, you go around the roundabout at 40 kilometres an hour? Imagine what it's like at 322 miles per hour.
There's every drag racing in the same street car,
Not even comparable, but I'm with you.
I made this, I'm on the one that brought it up.
He says to me, that's why we put a steering wheel on these things. We do drive the Benny Bitch. This will be an interesting chat. It always is with Damien Harris.
508 k's an hour.
Well, unofficially, I think that wouldn't be enough to get him into the A-final. Now, he was doing exactly the same thing as Damien Harris. That car was turning the tyres through the top end of the racetrack. His was actually a little bit worse that time around because it unloaded the engine, the cylinders went wet, and as you can see sitting on the racetrack there, the supercharger belt came off it. The replay is going to be very, very telling for this because it spun a lot harder than Damien Harris. Ford Steve Reed, the pipes went wet very, very early on, and just a lot of raw fuel out of the exhaust. Then you're on Wayne Newby here. Right about here is where it starts turning, and you can see the pipes go wet, lots of raw fuel coming out. That means that the car is unloaded, the engine is unloaded. Nitro engines do not like being unloaded, and yeah, that's the case right there for Wayne Newby. 316 miles per hour down, what we have seen throughout the rest of the weekend. For news, and look, all things being equal, it does mean at this point to rapid-sided cars into the A-final.
Put your hands together, folks, for Wayne Newby. He's the current points leader in the Stand Safety Cup. And Phil Reed is just discussing it all for us. Phil's already got it worked out. And Hughes, what a great character this guy is. He just desperately wants to win the Stand Safety Cup for a long-time family friend. Stand Safety. Let's go down to Hughes and Benny Bish.
The 375, but the most important thing is that what Damien Harris came and just said to you. Can you repeat that to us?
I'm here and faster than me. As long as both these cars get the final medals, and that's all they have to worry about. So good run, we're looking for a bit better than that, but real happy for the boys and Tino and all the crew. So let's just beat them in the final, eh?
Yeah, it didn't look like hard work.
Yeah, no, it takes a little bit out of there with the G-force on this car, so that's why I'm puffing. I'm really thinking about it.
We all know.
Yeah, we always talk about the G-force when they leave the line, but we very rarely reference what it's like when the chutes come out and how hard. That's when the G-forces are really on right then. So, Newts, can he do it?
You remember Bob Shepherd, the quarter day? He used to have a saying, eyeballs in, eyeballs out. The eyeballs go in at the start line and they come out at the other end of the racetrack, and that's because the chutes get so hard. Great to see the camaraderie down there as well from Newby to Steve Reed, a guy who was in his own right won Australian Championships in top fuel. He's a very, very experienced racer, and it's great to have him back on the tour.
I think everybody in top fuel is happy to see another car each time they roll out. They welcome Kyle Putnam with open arms as well. Benny Bish, you may be getting a chat with the Pom here in a second.
Yeah, we'll just give you some time to get the gear off, so to speak. He's just taking his time. Wow. There is absolutely no reason for a laugh with me saying that.
Wow. And by the way, Josh Lacey, apologise to Benny, I didn't mean to question his intention when he said to you, are you sure?
Oh, it's even there.
I love the fact that he was questioning it because it meant so much to him.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Pop taking his time just to get the battle gear off. Simpson helmet, got to be your brand spanking new. Let's get into a very well-spoken gentleman and Benny Bishop.
Steve, there's something special about the Winternationals, isn't there?
There is. This is my 33rd Winternationals, so it's great to be back. You know, we're making progress, and we're really pleased. And, you know, it's good on the crew, and great help from Rod Bailey and Ray Ward. We're having a good time, and we're going around, and you know, we're not winning, but that will plenty of time to
ignore.
Absolutely, great to have you back.
Thanks a lot.
Got a bug
So
on.
we'll chat there with the Pom, Steve Reed for us. Got the Black Dog Institute as well on the side of the car, which is always important because June is Men's Mental Health Month. I want to send a shout out to everybody. There's always someone you can talk
time
to.
of night by that.
Someone loves you no matter what you think. We love you, we need you around. It's always better to talk about it. We'll take a break and come back on the other side of this on 7 Plus.
Didn't even allow. There must be a bug in it for it to say no link. Haven't done that for a while. They should put that every 10 minutes or something, 15 minutes. Instead of every 5. I was just copying what Trisha was doing on her channel for the night bar.
Tremendous crowd here enjoying the brilliant sunshine. Queen win at Dragway at the Bend. Who better than to explain what a Nitro Funny Car is all about than all the way, Josh Lay.
Welcome to Hell on Wheels.
Hell on Wheels.
This is a Nitro Funny Car. It's 3.2 metres that separate the front and rear wheels. Put a flamethrower nitro burning heavy in the middle and a driver behind. What can go wrong?
Not much.
So we've got 2 tanks up the front here. One's an 80-litre nitro methane tank. We'll use most of that in the run. We've got an oil tank that holds 20 litres of 70-weight oil. It's so thick you wouldn't run it in a normal car.
70-weight oil, that's thick.
We've got it in it. This motor, 8.2 litres. And what fuels it? This nitro methane fuel pump. It will pump out over 450 litres per minute.
Per minute.
It's a 1471 screw blower. It will pump out 50 pounds of boost in the run. Behind the motor is the clutch pump. There's no gears. We use the clutch to apply the 11,000 horsepower to these rear slicks.
11,000
horsepower. Slicks stand 1 metre tall and at 3 metres in circumference.
No wonder they're loud.
They'll always accelerate up to 500 kilometres an hour. These tyres will stand up half the wheel. We have a driver's department. This is the steering wheel, clutch pedal, accelerator pedal, fuel lever, and brake. I'll use all of this to stage the car and accelerate up to 500 kilometers an hour. So in front of the Rocket Industries Mustang. This Mustang is made from complete carbon fibre, and underneath the tree work is made from titanium. So once I start the car up, I'll lower it. It's my own space, and I'm hyper-focused. So there's an insight to the Nitro Funny Cars. We'll see you out on track.
Oh, my ears are going to get a rumble in a second.
Boy, what a pro. On so many levels, he's just a pro. The number 605 is legendary. His granddad Rolly had that number in the 3rd generation.
I think they're using all their equipment here and they just push Channel 7 stuff through there. And whatever these switches or whatever they're using here.
Damon Payton continuing to impress. This guy, Adam Mackay, and I just love everything about these radical hot rods. A third of the wheelbase effectively on a field.
I notice when they stream too on YouTube, they only do it at 1080p, they don't do 1080p 60.
Like saying, how can we take top fuel and make it so much more difficult for ourselves? And basically, let's put the driver out in front, let's put a big carbon fibre body over the top, let's give them as limited visibility as we possibly can, and let's try and shorten up the wheelbase just to make it happen.
Because someone's going to drive.
Someone's got to do it. So, you know, that's really what it comes back to. Funny cars
sticking a robot in it.
Incredibly tricky cars to drive. You've really got to be up on the wheel. And when I say that, you need to almost have...
I can't explain how I feel when that happens, eh?
To that three with a
It's like I get this shit scared out of me.
Willowbank, please put your hands together for Josh Lane.
Got to say, full credit for Damon Paisley. He drove through.
This goes right through my body.
That thing handled the tyre very, very hard in the front half of the racetrack. It almost went up into tyre smoke. I thought it was going to go. Keep your eye on the car, left and screen. You actually see the car start to shake. I think you might have even given it a little pedal, given it a little slap, and moved over towards the wall. There's only one shootout for Josh Lane at the other end of the racetrack, and a whole bunch of smoke. It doesn't look like there was anything too wrong. The smoke came out after the finish line. So for Josh Lane, either way, it's a 399, 304 miles per hour. He's in the box, so that should be enough to lock him into the final spot, the final round.
And just another little mental challenge for these guys as well, as the finish line is not lined up with the scoreboards at the other end, right? So they actually have to drive past the scoreboard to the finish line. And this is going to be another very happy exchange, I'm sure, with Benny. But the guys, there's actually a marker on the wall, and that's the only way they can tell where the finish line is. Now, bearing in mind, the finish line is coming at you at 500 kilometres per hour.
You kind of got to rely on your crew.
There it is.
You know, there's a lot of using your senses, using your spidey senses when you're driving a funny car, because you're taking in everything around you. You're looking for markers and marks on the wall as you're going past.
That was a good shot right there the crew just had. So you saw the timing board right there. You can see the Speedflow logo just there, and it's actually past there. Boy, it sounds like we're literally filming this at Australia Zoo down there with you, Benny. There's a couple of cars down there and Benny Mission.
Well, just squeaky brakes down here. Sorry to disappoint you, mate. $3.99. That's not disappointing. On the start, actually. Look, we knew that a $3.99 was going to give me a good pass for that run. So, no, I couldn't be more stoked if we tried, honestly. You know, that $3.93 still has me, speechless, but we're just going to take a run by run and obviously get A to B. So, $3.99.
this bike come through. We've watched it in our local meetings at the QDRC. We've watched the progression that these guys have done, and they are working towards some serious achievement.
We don't know how much the Winternationals means. Christmas Tree. So we will see Big Final and Ken Holden in our performance bike final.
And that's why it is too, right? With a parent like that that's going to happen, you have to be there. So both of them, Kenny's one of the four. Pete, on this ride, how can you believe what is going to be his guy thinking, well, I'm going to be Ken Holden. Ken, for me, he has a chance just to do that. Either way, both of those boys are going to be beautiful photos in the way not going.
Are you talking about LA where they're riding? Yeah, I will, Trish.
Sometimes things go right, sometimes they go wrong. That doesn't matter. That means you're moving to the next word, which will be give them a moment, and in case. Last time it was really dry. On the 989 record, it's only just a touch above the 085 on that record. Keep a moment. Once again, 738 is only just 076 over that record that he is running. So it's a really close.
Yeah, that's it. So you'll see a bit of a chase. So definitely first.
Dragster. So we're just making sure that the deep end is fine. I'm not too sure what happened there. Maybe somebody at the output is pushing the vehicles back. So we're just making sure we get on. There's something in the deep end after what just happened there. Maybe it was a little bit of a puff of smoke from maybe from one of those vehicles, but we're just sure. You can see the race is just sitting there. You can see that the vision there. So,
Barlow a 673 on a 671. The Chelsea ran her race and didn't win long.
You know, certainly it didn't matter that Simon came back in 202 miles an hour. The 174 mile an hour power of Chelsea Smith was more than good enough. That 037 light put her in good stead, and she put it to every bit of good use.
We will see Chelsea Smith and Adrian Carter in the modified final.
Just how tough that going to be. Well done to Chelsea all the way from Albion Park in New South Wales. You can see them up there on our when you see the modified races being dragged around. So it does look like I think it's category which I'm not too sure which it is, but I think you've got to back into the front category.
Yeah, you can see in the stage line we've got Pro Stock Bike as well. They're looking to come back out for their semi-finals. There we can see Simon Barlow getting out down there. Unfortunately, his Winternationals comes to a conclusion in the semi-final. Here we go, congratulate Johnson Smith on making the final there. The hugs, the excitement. Yeah, look, you're going through. How good is it? Oh, there's some emotion down there, look. Group hugs all round and modified. They're a friendly bunch, aren't they? Yeah. You're getting a treat. Yeah, how good is it? What colour is it going to be? That's the question. I love it. That is what drag racing is all about. We talk about the emotion. That is how it is. The emotion there, knowing you are going through to a Winternationals final. And it is the biggest drag racing event outside of North America. We know that, and that's what brings that extra emotion. And for the racers as well, they don't know who's won. They'll go across the finish line, and until they get down there, they won't know. No problem. We can go to a break. We'll be back in a moment.
I'll mute it for a second for this music. Then I'll turn it back on. Let's go. Music again.
Nationals, I should say, not the Nitro Champs. That was a couple of weeks ago down in Sydney. It's been a long weekend and we are getting back into it now. It is time to go rolling with the semi-finals of Pro Stock, and we have got some big matchups in this one. And there's a lot to play for because we've still got championships on the line. It's not going to be resolved here for most of the NDRC championships, but we certainly will be resolving them at the grand final down in Adelaide this October. Now, this round matchup, Aaron Tremaine, he took down Mario Blair in the first round of racing. He's going to be taking on Rick Chilton here.
Thanks for the information, buddy.
Really weird racing at the first round of racing with Rick Chilton and John Barber Yellow, where we had time to pop up about 2.5 minutes after the pass across the finish line. That was a weird one. The other semi-final we'll see right there to take on time. Potentially, we could have a Tremaine final round, but there's a lot of races to get through before we could even think about that possibility, Marco.
You are correct, Ross. We can see Rob Decker on the start line here. So they'll be up first, Rob Decker and Tyrone Tremaine. Tremaine trying to look for 3 Winternationals victories in a row. Great run in the first run. He went 6.92. Decker went 6.93. Tremaine has lane choice and he's taking the speedway lane here at Willowbank Raceway. You see that on screen. He's going to go to the rock industry side of the raceway. So that's the right hand side of the screen for viewers at home. So Rob Decker will be in that lane. Tyrone Tremaine is moving forward though through the Bennett at first.
Huge crowd in the house here to witness race day Sunday. Happy Winternationals Day here at Willowbank Raceway. It is the biggest day of the year in terms of one single event, in terms of championships, in terms of... going to take on Rob Decker. I know we've spoken about plenty this weekend.
Something leaking out, that one. up that piece of metal. Something dropped out of it. It was metal. And then they almost run the crew guy over. There's more bits of metal. There's lots of metal.
That is an outstanding run. Talking to a few of the guys down there, they said we've got everything we need to go fast today, except the air. The air is not there. 2,900 feet when I was last talking to somebody out there. There is not much oxygen out there, and the quality of it is not good. It just means that these cars are going to struggle, particularly in pro stock for horsepower. So to knock out a 692 at 197 miles per hour, that's pretty good.
Yeah, these conditions have usually more here this year. So that's a great pass for Tyrone Tremaine. He's through to the bottom. Is the 692 going to be another lane choice? I'm not too sure. Well,
time him out.
He's going to race here because it's either going to be Rick Chilton or his brother Aaron. Now, I do want to touch on Rob Deckard as well, because for Rob Deckard, they've been through a lot of that team, particularly over the last 2 weeks in particular, and to see them go out like that, it's not fair. It doesn't feel right, but it's drag racing. It is what it is. So,
yeah, put your hands together for the team when they do tow past the grandstand for the Rob Deckard team. Or they might actually be going out through the back there. So I thought but yeah, put your hands together for the team anyway this weekend.
It looks like the chutes did not come out. He might have grabbed a whole bunch of brake. The car did stay on all four wheels, but for Rick Chilton, that is not the way he would have wanted to finish his Winternationals campaign. He actually did a fantastic job to stop that from getting a lot worse than what it could have been. But Rick Chilton just tagging the wall of that absolutely gorgeous
Dodge Avenger. Just wondering if the parachutes might have got tangled up at the back of the car. I actually just looked at the computer, so I looked away after Rick Chilton went across finish line, so I haven't actually seen what happened here yet. You can see Rick Chilton inside the car. There was just it was a take on the wall there just after the finish line for Rick Chilton. And he's got the helmet off there. Yeah, that's terrible. You know, it is what it is. It's drag racing. You know, we're out here going very fast, and sometimes things do happen. But by the look of it, you can see Ricky's A-OK. So make some noise, Willowbank Raceway. That is the main thing. But to see that car hanged up like that is not what you want to see. This is going to tell us exactly what happened. You can see the car's a little bit out of groove, but it wasn't doing anything too weird at this point in time. Goes through the finish line. Right there is where you expect to see the parachutes. No sign of them whatsoever. And in these cars, when you grab a whole bunch of brake, you get nothing, and then bang, the brakes grab, locked up, and just putting into the wall down there. In terms of accidents that you can have in a pro stock car, that one is probably on the lower end of things, fortunately. In terms of severity, but still, it's not what I say. It didn't come out. They didn't even come out yet. That's very unfortunate, but probably a little bit lucky for Rick Chilton as well for a pro stock car. So usually, when you get a pro stock car sideways like that at a higher speed, you usually expect the seat to go upside down. But fortunately for Rick, I say fortunately, he's got a pretty dang good race car down there. But still, fortunately, he's okay, and the car isn't too bad. We'll be seeing him be able to get this thing back to the final round of the championship down in Adelaide. It looks like it is still rolling down there, and I'm sure that Benny Bish I hope Benny Bish is down there at the top end of the racetrack to have a chat with him, because Rick's a pretty good interview at the best of times, let alone when something like that's happened. So fingers crossed that they can get that one fixed. Cleanup shouldn't be too difficult down there, but we do have Benny at the top end of the racetrack. That was a weird one, Benny.
Yeah, it was weird, I guess, but let's have a look at what you've done. You're in the final with your brother. Let's focus on that to start with.
Yeah, mate, honestly, it's been a while since it's been a final, and what better way to have it at the Winternationals against me, bro. So it's I'm going to try and chop him on the tree and see if we can go another 80, and hopefully I get the win this time. But he's had enough luck his way, so hopefully all my crew I can get the job done this weekend. I've had the fastest car all weekend, so yeah, I've just got to finish the job now.
Okay, now let's look at what you saw in the other lane there. Very unfortunate there for Rick Chilton. Hard on the brakes, lost the rear end.
Yeah, it looks like he come past me in those shootings on, and then it just looks like the rear of the car might have locked up. You alright, mate? Alright. Yeah, it looks like the rear of the car just locked up. Obviously, it is pretty scary when you don't have shoots happening intensely. Sometimes the cords just don't pop for some reason. But yeah, it's pretty scary. So he took the walk but didn't win it. So that's the main thing. He had a good hot rod. It was a pretty good race. So it's a shame to see that. He's a good customer and a good lad, and he'll be back.
All right, we might see if we can catch a quick word with the boy. Mate, you look okay. We're relieved.
Yeah, we're all fine. Yeah.
Take us through it.
Once the cars pulled the chute lever come off my hand.
Oh.
So I couldn't get the chutes out. And then I had the brakes get too hard, locked it up and hit the wall. So.
Should we do a quick tour of the car?
Oh, sure, yeah.
That's a big call to say driver error.
I don't know that you can blame the driver for the chute lever coming off.
I should have just probably slowed down a bit slower and went in with both of them.
It must be hard though, Rick, to trust that the car is going to wash off the speed. You've surely got, no, I'm going to pull this up.
Yeah, well, I thought it was going okay. All of a sudden, we just got the wheels up and hit the wall, and that was that. I'm fine. We'll just fix it some stage and move on. Yeah.
Such a great attitude. Well done.
Okay. Thank you.
He's considering what just happened. It's pretty relaxed sort of ritual.
I think the adrenaline's probably pumping as well here at Chilton. So you'd be processing everything that's just happened.
Can you imagine? I mean, in these cars, you rely on the brake, on the chutes to slow these cars down. Probably do 85% of your braking for you. You really don't want to be on the brakes in these cars.
Yeah, if you get on the brakes too hard, you can also cause the cars to bounce. And obviously, when the cars start to bounce, the wheels are in the air and the brakes aren't working. And when you come back down and they're locked up, you can then start to skid and slide towards, we just didn't happen with Rick Chilton.
That's why I just want to go back as well to the interview with Aaron Tremaine. How's the confidence on him? I mean, I know he is a multi-time Australian champion, but to stand up there and go, I've had the quickest car all weekend, let's go to the final, I'll put a whole shot on him and I'll beat him. How about that?
Aaron's called, he's already called the race.
Hold him on.
He's going to get the whole shot, run low ET, hold the final as well.
looked like that bike for Andrew was just washing out over towards the wall, and one place you don't want to be on a pro bike is over near the wall.
Yeah, Paul Andrews, he was ahead at 330 foot mark here at the racetrack, about 100 metres down the racetrack. But then he obviously had some issues straight away. Then took advantage of those issues and screwed on past to get the win here in the semi-finals. He will go through to the final of the Conference of International. You can see the whole shot that he on Scott White there. He may have lost in the semi-finals, but mate, it's a good weekend for the team. 7:25 there in the semi-finals.
That's a brilliant run from Daniel Radnott. I think the crew will be pretty dirty on that red light because it wasn't
Thanks,
just a red
Cliff, for the
light,
donation.
big red light.
Much appreciated, buddy.
366 on the tree. Luke Crowley, no problems for him. 7.187 miles per hour. Probably a little bit back from the kind of performances that we expect to see. But at the same time, he came in without any real data in this kind of conditions after the first round.
You're right there, and obviously Luke didn't want to overpower the race, which what happened in the first round, because if he did it this time around, he would have been fine. So then obviously back things down. Probably could have been timing out of the bike, 7.11, but like the job done, gets some lane choice from the line. We'll see the guys next time on that.
Just didn't quite get on board in there on the power.
You can come around this side.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Shut it off. It didn't look looked like he was expecting the bike to lose power.
Yeah, you look at the, you'll see the
I'm
full
right by
amount just there at half track.
I'm Robot Andy on YouTube.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
I think he just got it early and didn't want to risk anything.
Yeah, and I mean, half track, just past half track shut off, and it's still rolling.
Missing a cylinder or something.
683 at 205 miles per hour. They'll be pretty stoked with that, I would suggest. Whelan was right with him until half track, and then it started just mixing up the cylinders a little bit, and just a lot of raw fuel coming out of the bike on the right hand side out of those pipes. Keep your eye on the bike closest to the screen. They really sat up on the wheelie bar. You see there, all that raw fuel coming out drops the cylinder. And when you've only got two cylinders and you lose one, you lose half your horsepower, which means you're not going anywhere in a hurry.
As they look sideways slightly, when you look at the increments, Beal was actually quicker to 330 foot than Benny Steen, so he was actually ahead of that section. They were identical on the reaction times. 085, both sides of the racetrack, teammate versus teammate, no team orders there. Benny Stevens gets the win. It'll be Damien Muscat versus Benny Stevens in the final. Top your motorcycle. That would have been the braking area. A little bit of a ride job down there.
He had his hands full, and you can see he's pretty excited. He's taking the kill switch out there of the switch or the tether that he's got to the motorcycle. You see Benny, he really has to use his body in a different way to the way a lot of the other riders do, because if you don't know, Benny is an amputee. The right leg, basically with the knee down, he doesn't have the ability to really use that leg other than just being a stabiliser out the side of the motorcycle. You'll see him really use his core a lot more when he rides that motorcycle down the racetrack. And look, it's a much better situation than he had last year when his left leg actually came off.
Thanks for putting that in chat, mate.
Which did scare a few people up in the grandstand, but they didn't know.
Yeah, someone knows something around here.
Benny, he'll be pretty happy with that going through the final round, and he'll be taking home a Christmas tree. It's just a matter of what colour it is by the time we roll around to it. Mike Bedlin always with a smile on his face when he's out here in Australia. He's basically like family to this team.
Just incredible shots out there in the braking area from the bike riders.
We're going to move on to promo now, and the Kiwi invasion continues. Wow, I cannot get over saying we've got DBT. We've got
those shoots early, he watched like 30 mile an hour, probably 25 mile an hour there for Barry Plumpton. 591, look at the Danny Camilleri, he went through with a 680, 773 miles an hour. But Camilleri had lots and lots of tire shake off the start line. Got a bit sideways actually. Barry Plumpton perfectly straight off the start line with Camilleri. Had to pedal through that tire shake. That's the thing about the nitrous cars, they breathe so heavy at the other end of the racetrack. Look at the black smoke out. It almost looks like a Venetian freight train coming through the top end of the racetrack. But a good speed as well, considering he had to shoot out early, 224 miles per hour. Barry Plumpton, that car is in very fine touch. Way out of shape with Daniel Camilleri. He had a couple of stabs at it. I think by the time he got to 1,000 foot, he knew he had stuff there, and he rolled out the throttle. Now, that's our first finalist sorted. The next question is, who is going to meet him in the final round? And potentially, and I'm just going to put this out here, we could have an all-Kiwi final round. Stu Walsh, who is a transplanted Kiwi. He's a Queensland Kiwi. That's he's going to have to get over the top of Zoring Davic though. These guys, both incredibly good races. Both races have won. So, this is going to be a good race. Yeah, well, I think actually he's trying to go pretty close. So both these cars are 585 when they come. Zoring Davic is what we'll say this weekend. But again, we used the term in the first round of racing. Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And for Stu Walsh, he has certainly been lucky. Gets the win with a 16.51 over Zoran Gadjic, unable to take the start this time around. I'll tell you what, that's a good 60 foot from the team there. 0.987 is showing up on the screen here.
I just have to ask a question. How many Kiwis do we have in the house here? I'm sure there's some very, very vocal New Zealanders up there who are very, very proud. And let me tell you, the hits keep on coming because Nigel Dixon is coming up next in top doorslammer action. We're going to hand over to Wade Oranger and Victor Bro, who are going to talk you through this next session. Some mammoth matchups here in top
Please like and subscribe. If you haven't already done so, it'd be much appreciated.
It keeps getting better here at the Gulf Western All Winternationals.
Mute it for the music for a second. That noise cancels the music out.
you're going to be so excited down the other end and you can be watching the interview.
Look at this, an 06 line that Drew really owned Nigel. He had a .14, there was plenty of banter between these two in the staging lanes earlier on. Look out, that thing wide, it's got it back in there. Nigel Dixon did all he could to run him back down, but it was just right from the start. A 9.7 against the 1.0 at the 60 foot, at the 330 was a 2.5 against the 260, could never run him back. And well done, Rob Harrington. Look out, Randy Bitch. Come on, get it.
race of the weekend in pro alcohol. Your new champion is going to the final.
Yeah, Gary Phillips had to pedal that on. He pedaled it to a 5.54. Gary Phillips had the whole shot. He had the whole shot over Denver in 0.39 to an 0.43. Look at the replay here from Gear Ranch. Gary Phillips had the whole shot. He was out in front, then he had to pedal it. That's when the funny car took advantage of that situation. Runs another consistent 5.45. He has got a bracket car, Daniel Reed.
Yeah, he's got a top thing there. There's no other way to say it. He has absolutely got this car locked in. Gary Phillips, he goes... consistent and it's quick. The Brett White kept him on. Absolutely he did. But Shane Phillips is going to the final round here. His first final round at the Winternationals. That is, just under speed record for Shane Phillips, 272.39 miles an hour. The speed record's got a bit of a touch up, I think 3 times already this season in Pro Alcohol Funny Car, so it's no surprise that they're getting up there. Let's have a look at the replay. The whole shot was marginally with Shane Phillips by 7 thousandths of a second, and at the other end of the racetrack, he basically led from line to the finish line. 5.40, 272 miles per hour. Not a lot wrong with that run. It's pretty much perfect passes on both sides of the racetrack. I think if both teams were told that's what they're going to run in this session, they would be both happy. Absolutely. Great one. And he did a little bit of driving early on in the run, got it back into the centre lane. That's a pretty solid pass there. So the final round is set. It will be Shane Phillips up against Daniel Reed, the two kids that grew up together running around the pits here at Willowbank Raceway, and they're going to race off against each other in the final of the biggest race of the year. That's a fairy tale. You're on the money there, I see. Don't go away. We've got plenty more action. We've got Sportsman racing about tomorrow. We'll have the finals later on for the pro categories, but I like to call it fairy tale Winternationals. So far. Every year seems to be the fairy tale Winternationals because there's always a story. There is always the hard luck stories, and there is always the feel good stories. And this is certainly one of the Shane Phillips who's been up there alongside each battle every step of the run the last 31 years. He has been there for every run.
the Lightning Fiona Cup has put Josh Fletcher out of the competition. So the 086 Lightning Josh, unusual, he doesn't cover that shaft, but I'll tell you what, that was some good racing from Fiona Reid. 722, 187 mile an hour, and well done. That's how it goes. So that means that Peter Byrne will get the solo. So Peter Byrne, of course. That's something you don't get very often in Willowbank. The sound of silence. So ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few sports categories to get through, and we'll be bringing out our finals, which will be awesome because we'll get through them as quickly as we possibly can, because we know that probably around, somewhere around that, a time on too sharp, that we will get to see the final of Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel. I know you're all hanging on a thread for that. We've got a massive crowd storming away, and as you can see the crowd just get a Willowbank Raceway, and I'm sure that everybody who's sitting at home with a coffee is enjoying it.
Yeah, always good to see a full grandstand here at Willowbank Internationals. We've had 4 days of men's competition. Of course, we started on Thursday morning at 8 o'clock. All those schools and qualifying rounds of racing, semi-finals to come.
Just when you thought it might get a bit quieter, here comes, we know what Daniel Morris is like. Is he going to do a big fat skip in his boardwalk for us? Is he going to oblige us with that? What do you think?
Take a layer off the Mickey Thompson. Yeah. Give the crowd what they want. There'll be people screaming at their 80-inch televisions at home going, do a skid there!
Come on, just do it there. Yes, that'll be nice and low there, looks pretty cool. Here comes Harley-Davidson up next to him. So Harley-Davidson. Who said small box? These guys in this top Sportsman, they are ultra competitive. They're not all the prettiest on the card, not all the prettiest races we've got, but they are most definitely talented, aren't they?
Terry Dale was the one saying that just for everyone to get the ranks.
I'll need an escort to the car, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, nice work there from Tony, nice work there from Dan, and you can see that calibre there on our screen just creeping up there with the big 7.77 on the side. So it looks pretty tough. And there he is there, Stan. Look. Yeah. Look at that.
Do they still not know? They're still going.
That's Sportsman.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah, look, it's like a Tupperware party, but there's nothing to sell. There's no lids. Look at it.
It's too late to throw a shade now, guys.
Oh, it is too late. But a nice work there from those boys. It'll be good to see those two in the final. A lot of the emotion down there. Look,
those two are discussing their run, and Tony goes, well, I don't care about you, I've got to win live.
I think I had to make no effort to get here.
Who am I racing for the line? We don't know.
Seriously, have a look at those three. And there's some really good bands there. Look, we don't often we're not often privy to that, those shenanigans down at the deep end, but it's good to see. And there it is, Tony White. Last night he was in a blue wig. Today he's in a helmet, and he's kicking goals.
There's a flag.
There it is. 2-point mountain cars at the top with a slightly little cheeky effort there. But anyway, that's how we go. But you know what? Do you want to go fast? Let's go fast. Let's go 2-wheel fast. And that's what we are just about to do. Because we are just about to go into our form bike.
That looks like my bike.
It might be my bike. Sure.
That's Johnny Lewis coming forward.
There's two. The flares. The flares. You know the flares. How could I miss?
It's been a long 4 days.
The man with the fastest ZX14 aspirated in Australia. I'm going to go with that because it is, and he did run the high 7.
There'll be someone out there who's going, no, mine's quicker. I reckon mine's quicker.
You know what? That's what you do online. And you know what? You need to prove it. We talked about the barrels the other day, and that bloke, one of the United States about how big their barrels were. And it's 160, and he goes, nobody from that. Anyway, he got a very good $20 ads.
Without warning lights. Dash clusters going, error.
Warning lights. And more error codes than a DOS computer. So Johnny Lewis with an 803 on the Archie's Motors Kawasaki. Jeffrey Marshall in the on-site. Tough competitors. Jeffrey Marshall's going to be hard to beat, but I'll tell you what, the man who might be able to do it will be Lewis.
He had the last national event final to Jeffrey. He's made a QDRC final with like the track champs, so he knows how to win and knows how to get into finals. But he's got to drive around. Johnny Lewis has got to drive around Jeffrey. Jeffrey's just got to do his thing. 3, and that's something that went wrong for Jaden. That just didn't give John the opportunity to use the overtaking lane and go second pass.
Not at all. Just stayed in the lane and did what it was meant to do. So Cooper Rushford with an 880 to fight that golf on the other pro side of the line, which is hard to do. So the Western Australian, all the way from Mandurah, it has been well worth the drive.
Yeah, watch out, you're going to have to make some room for a trophy in the trailer. So will it be gold, will it be silver?
It's a junior drag bike. Can you book it in as carry on the plane?
That'll be a flex going back to school, won't it? What did you bring me back from Brisbane?
I didn't bring you back a SeaWorld t-shirt. I bought back a Christmas tree. So there you go. So well done to Cooper. Good work. So here we go. We are moving into our Supercom, and we've got Pat Furiolo, of course, in the Orion Camaro. How tough has this thing been? It has gone 4:37 under that 8:69 record, but not to be outdone. Craig Geddes in the Summit Racing Dragster on that 744 record has gone 0.429 under the record. So we talked about this earlier when these two have kind of almost identically under. So this is a fairly good reliable come down different, fairly good drag racing, and for the person who can push it
200 under, so that means that will be Eddie's and Alan. And that's probably going to be a fair thing, but I'll tell you what, I'm a betting man. I know where my money's going to go. I'm not going to play favourites here, but I'll tell you now, it's going to be a rear-engine dragster.
Yeah, rear-engine dragsters were the winner of the day.
That's right. So that means we're moving into our next semi, which will be a junior dragster. Is that what I'm thinking?
Oh, wow.
A little 200-metre terrace. We've got some great parents coming up with these ones.
Now don't put your hat back on or it'll rub it off.
Come round, you can see that they're in the lane, so we'll switch over. Look at that. The Simpson, all Simpson done is Carl. Carl Schultz actually had a crack. says, it doesn't matter to me any way, in any shape or form. Who's next to me, I'm just going to go about my business and do what I do. And that is about, and you know what Paul's thing would be? I'm just going to go about winning. No, so we're just having a little look to see what's actually going on. I'm not too sure what the hold up is.
Looks like that one shot, the timing block, the English line got a little bit tired.
Oh, look at that. You can see our, looks like with our officials checker. Yeah, we might take a little quick break while Jared blues the lock down. We'll be back very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car. Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories.
ceremonies, we can pretty good one over on the line. The line hasn't come down yet.
So now we've got Josh Heinrich and Lachlan McGaskill, the New South Welshman, trying to go through the Mac 1. Well then, Commodore 1288 to take on Heinrich at 10 double six, all the way from Brendel Bay, the beautiful Lowlands region. A 1288 on a 1288 with a 112 light.
Oh, Lachlan, stop it, mate, stop it.
He said, no, he said, I don't care about the Thornland's car, I'm going through to the final. And that's probably a fair thing, because that was smack on the
Hi, Dick. How you going, buddy?
Hang on a minute.
Thanks for coming in.
Josh Heinrich is running 10.
Well, yeah, hit the subscribe button, would be much appreciated. If you haven't done it already, thanks, mate.
You know how did he get beat? A 112 for the Glass.
It's been pretty good.
A 110 for Heinrich, both on their dial lids. But you know what?
Wish I was here the other day.
A tale of thousands of seconds. That is impressive there for McGaskill and Heinrich. And yeah, look, no matter what, McGaskill's going to say that was good work by me. But Josh is going to go get back and you look at the times and go, are you kidding? That's how I don't make the final of the Winternationals.
What do I have to do?
Who do I have to see? Who do I have to pay? What am I going to do? Who do I need to give a sample back? Or what am I going to do?
What speak to the meeting director?
Anyway, look, we digress here, but let's go and have a talk. Let's see what Mr. Benny Bishop is doing.
Hey, thanks, Terry. I've got to say, the young guy, the 12, 13-year-old in me is just so excited about what's happening in the final of Pro Alcohol today, because it's the next generation of the dads that I grew up watching here at Willowbank. In fact, it wouldn't be too strong a statement to say that Southeast Queensland drag racing was built on the back of Jim and Stephen Reed versus Gary Phillips. That's what we came to see through the 80s and the 90s. And now in 2025, we've got their sons in the final of Pro Alcohol. Shane working hard, actually, he's running around, bussing around everywhere at the moment. Gary, of course, keeping a very close eye on that deal. But look how close these guys are pitted to each other. They're right next door. That's sort of a testament, I guess, to just how close they are for the races over the years. We've seen championships come down to them. It's been a big journey for these guys. But right next door, the next generation of the Reeds is here as well, and they're working on their car, ready to go out. It's going to be amazing when you consider that Boone's wife, Fiona, she's going to the finals of Supercharged Outlaws as well. It's going to be a big night for the Reed family and the Phillips family. A lot of history.
Thank you for that intel, Benny Bishop. We love it. That's some good gear. I'll tell you what, we're just going to go to a couple of ad breaks, and we'll be back very shortly, ladies and gents.
Glue down. It's a 9 to 4 p.m.
What?
Yeah, roughly around 4 p.m. It's supposed to finish in, I don't know if they're running a little late or not. Yeah, something come around the corner. They're just gluing the track. They usually do that before the big final.
Golden hour is upon us here at the Winternationals. That no sun coming down there and trying to beat that sun break, of course. But I'll just give a little bit of an update from pit lane here. You can see some of the pro categories are already cleaned down. We've just seen Steve Reed has just rolled out, putting bodies on over here. The Aeroflow Performance Nitro Funny Cars. So mounting is happening. It's a great place to be at the moment because there's that sort of tension. There's that bit of a buzz around at the moment where everyone knows this is what it all comes down to. Just working on a little bit of stuff there with Kyle Putland's top fuel Dragster at the moment as well, as we work our way through. So there's a real cool buzz down here. You can see the shadows are getting very, very long as we get right down to the business end of the 57th running of the Gold Coast Winternationals. I'm just trying to see what's going on over here with the Hearts Funny Car. Shoots her in and they're putting everything back, and so final congratulations. been, and what a day of racing this has been. And as Benny said, we are moving into the later stages of the Golf National Winternationals here, the 57th running of this historic event at this historic venue. We know the Nitro cars are tying out to the lanes now, so it's only going to be a couple of minutes before we see them in the water box and the fire box ready to go. And Mark, it's pretty difficult to pick out a highlight of what we've seen so far, but when you look through the list, I mean, we've got the brothers Tremaine racing against each other in the final of Pro Stock. We've got Luke Brown versus Scott White, the quasi-teammates up against each other in the final of Pro Bike. Damien Muscat taking on Benny Stevens in Top Fuel Motorcycle. Barry Clinton up against Stu Walsh, the battle of the Kiwis in Pro Mod. Pro Alcohol, Shane Phillips up against Daniel Reed, and then, you know, all the way through. It is just incredible across the board of racing. Absolutely. The crowd hanging around here is a very educated crowd here at the Golf National Internationals. They know what they are watching. They love going down, having a look at the cars in the pits and the bikes in the pits and seeing exactly what all the crews are doing. There are families up here that this is their annual holiday. This is sometimes the only time that they will see each other. They all get together at the Golf Western Oil Winternationals. It's become a staple on so many families' calendars over the years.
So I'm just having a look at some of the notes here that's online with some of the teams, and it looks like that stuck throttle open for Phil Reed in the second round of racing has resulted in some more damage to the engine racing. So that's a total setback for the team.
That is a shame, and that is what Nitro racing is about. You do some parts every now and then. One guy who is used to racing Top Fuel because he's been doing it for a very, very long time is Larry Dixon. We had the pleasure of racing with him last time out here in the NDRC Top Fuel category. He raced with Dragster, Golf and all the Nitro champs.
I enjoyed it this time around, like the day sessions. It works a little bit easier on my seats. It's awesome. You know, weeks before the event, they're crane operators during the day, and they're crew chiefs on Top Fuel cars at night, and they're at the shop and they're stripping
must be getting light in America.
short blocks and doing all the preparation. You know, I own one Top Fuel car, and
it's a lot of work. And then, like they've got 2, and then they're going to add a 3rd and sometimes a 4th, and they have the same workforce prepping the cars during the week. It's a lot. People have no idea how much it takes. When you come in and there's a bunch of people, all these same people aren't at the workshop getting the cars prepped. So a lot of credit to Tino Jr. for being able to get this car to the track in the shape that it's in. It's a greatly prepared car.
The owner of Dragster, eh? Ty Trish.
Boy, you couldn't have picked the better weather conditions this weekend. We have really been spoiled. I bumped into the great Bill Man earlier on for a performance wholesale, and Billy's been around the sport for such a long time because he sponsors, through the Speedway lane and stuff like that. A great supporter of not just drag racing, sprint car racing, speedway competition as well, and all forms of going fast, not just in Queensland, but across the border. I also bumped into another proud Queenslander, Darcy Ford. Very talented speedway rider. His lovely wife Lizzie and the kids are here as well. Really cool to bump into those guys, Kevin Tippin and his family. So a lot of sprint car and speedway connections here as well.
8 hours.
The old waving at us, that's what I like to see. We'll check the blue and white blankets out. That is very cool indeed. So we're not far away from getting up this. I can tell you that Kyle Putland has issues the rear end of that car. So he was saying it's not engine related at all. It's more of a rear end situation.
And we can also confirm that Phil Reed is not going to be out for this one as well. After hanging the throttle open across the finish line, they really did some damage in that thing. And unfortunately, they've just run out of parts.
They've got seen one like yesterday.
It is very difficult to keep backing it up. And unfortunately, just a little bit too much carnage this weekend.
So very soon, when we get ready to rip with our Top Fuel finals, I want everybody, we'll let you know, I want you to get up and stretch your feet. We should get up on our feet and really rock this place for the final, alright? So very soon we might do a bit of Merv Hughes to get you up on your feet, and only for the cars when they come out for the burnout, but we should really rock this place, okay? A couple more minutes and it's time to get after it with Top Fuel. Thanks to Gold Quest and Oil. You're at the Winters, baby.
Just got it muted before the music for a sec.
Sun is just beating down. Look at everybody already up on their feet in the grandstand. That's the kind of commitment. Probably have to play once, yeah.
You can see it.
You could not.
Actually, Benny could see it.
I need to get down and do the old review, do the big stretch and stretch. So Wayne Newby just wants to clean this one up. Like, there's no doubt. Remember last year he came in with the championship right at his fingertips, and Damien Harris. I said, "Oh, you think you will?" That's true. He's there, static up. But of course, it has lived in
the rapid-starter truck for the last 2 years.
Absolutely it is, and Newbs is a former Australian champion, but he hasn't won the championship since it's become the Stan Savvy Cup. Since that became the trophy, he has not won it, he has not had his hands on it. So those two families have been intertwined for so long, really their histories are just absolutely well together. So for Newbs to win it, you're going to see a pretty emotional one newbie by the time he rolls into the Nitro Nationals in Sydney in August.
Yeah, that's correct. The Nitro Nationals has been called because it's the final for X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car and the NDRC Top Fuel Championship. But right now, Josh Lane needs to pull something out here big time. It's not that Kiwi and try not to let him get another one. Particularly today.
One thing I will say is that there was a lot of smoke out of Josh Lane's car. Remember that in the last round of racing? Have you seen why there was all that smoke coming out of it? I can show you a photo. So for everybody that I'm describing this to, that's where the piston used to be in that engine. That's the piston. It looks almost like a bread roll. It is folded in half and almost orange in colour. It's absolutely incredible to see the kind of mechanical destruction that Nitro can cause. And well, I'm glad that they got that thing fixed up and it'll be in the lanes.
There's a whole lot of black and blue in that crowd shot just there before. That was quite epic. How about those Kiwis? They have been up and about, not just on the driving side, but also in terms of the tune as well. As they strap in. Oh, I'm sorry, but that to me is not a fun environment.
It's pretty hostile.
It's claustrophobic, it's violent, it has all sorts of expectations. It's very much like my wedding. At the end of it, everybody got dazed and confused.
Well, it's one of those things. It's bad enough that you're sitting in behind the engine with your feet on the bell housing. Then they pull the carbon fibre body down just in case you're claustrophobic. They just want to make it a little bit worse for you. You're sitting so far back in those cars that you actually can't really see outside the windows of the cars. You really rely on what's in front of you, maybe a little bit of side vision.
Let's take a look at the steering wheel for a second.
It's not really a wheel. It's more of a handle.
So look at that. Let's just talk about what you see on the screen right there. That is not like any steering wheel you are ever going to find in anything else.
No, exactly. And if you go from lock to lock, you can basically do it by just crossing your arms over. If you have to cross your arms all the way over, you are in big trouble in these cars. So, you know, even you talk about tuning things in, even the steering in these cars is tuned in. They put the ratios in it. Sometimes the driver will feel that they're overreacting to it, so they change the steering ratio just to try and slow it down a little bit so that the driver's not moving it around too much. It's the little things that you don't think of, the things that make those 1% differences. That's how you get these cars running well.
And just at the bottom of the shot, you can see the words MSD just down the bottom. They are the two ignition systems. It takes two of them because we are igniting so much fuel. And the delicate balance, that's the brain box. If you come back towards the front of the car, a little bit further, just at the front of the car, you see a box just there where the external dash sits on. That is basically the brains, the electronic unit there, the black unit there where all of the intelligent stuff, people not like me, live inside that black box. That is the dash right there on top of the box, just there, and that is where they never show the driver.
You might be wondering, you know, what can they possibly do to control? What can they possibly do to try and control these cars? Well, the whole thing is built on timers. So from when the driver puts his foot down on the throttle, there's a wide open throttle switch. When he hits that switch, it activates the timers. There's timers in the clutch, which will lock the clutch up progressively as it goes down the racetrack. Basically, because you can't throw 11,000 horsepower at the racetrack right from the get-go, you need to feed it into it.
Correct.
But because you're doing that, you need to affect the fuel flow as well, because nitro likes load. You've got to make sure that the engine is always loaded, no matter where the clutch is on the racetrack. So you're taking fuel away on the front half of the racetrack, then you're giving it back at the other end. The fuel pumps on these cars will put over 480 litres a minute into these engines at wide open throttle. That is insane. The volumes that we are talking about in these cars are hard to fathom. If you haven't been around them before, they are incredible pieces of machinery. And just putting one of these cars from point A to point B is hard enough. But doing it, tuning it into the racing surface, tuning it into the racing conditions that you've got, and doing it in a competitive environment is absolutely incredible. And that's why you've got to really tip your hat to these teams.
Damon Payton getting ready to fire up. Benny Bishop is down the other end, a man who has consumed 400 litres of choc milk, but not necessarily fuel.
You're right about that, but could you just take a nice screenshot, please, Wado? Because I think the sun coming in.
Oh, is this golden hour?
Really? It's golden hour. Oh, yeah, no, it's not a sunset shot thanks to #Nolts, but I thought I'd take you for a little bit of a quick look, because what happens when the shoots don't come out, and what happens when the shoots don't come out, and then the brakes fry up. Well, we're going to come into this little place called the Kitty Litter. The beach in Queensland, of course, is very famous for its beaches, but it's not famous for this one. This is the sand trap down the bottom. I'm about a kilometre from you guys at the moment, so 402 metres of racetrack, 600 metres of braking area, and it all ends here. Now, if you look off into the distance, something that Novak Djokovic would be very, very proud of, but that is a lot stronger than a tennis net. And you can see 2 nets. So first one, there's about, you can see it sits about 2 metres high, and then an extra catch to see if it hits that and then flips over the car that is. Then it gets stopped there and then go into the bank. And so that is what's going to stop you. That's the last resort if things don't slow down. Now, with 600 metres worth of runoff, this usually will slow things down. But I thought I'd take you to a place that you don't normally get to see. You've been down here, Wado?
I have not, but I prefer beach volleyball. So if you can get me a reference with beach volleyball rather than Novak, now in the right-hand lane, Rusty, we're a couple of very, very smart people walking in the Christmas tree on the right-hand lane in black shirts. Here's the out of my way. Don't be Steve Ham rolled the old crocodile Dundee at me. The previous round, Stu Rollins and Stephen Ham, the co-tuners of the Russell Taylor doorslammer, they were out checking out track conditions.
And it's interesting that you say that, because that car that Russell Taylor drives was actually a 2-time doorslammer championship winning car with Steve Ham in the seat before it. So that car has now won 4 consecutive championships.
Wow, did you go?
That's a pretty impressive feat for anybody. 4 consecutive championships with 2 different drivers. That's pretty impressive by anyone.
Well, right behind our cameraman, there they are. Give the background. Look at Stu. What are you doing, Roland? You're making up to no good. Between the pair of them, they are a couple of very, very intelligent critters. They just don't look like it right now. Russell always likes his, like everything, very simple. The black shirt with a tail on the front. Great to have OGL Australia. We'll talk more about doorslammer shortly. Now, I did speak to these guys earlier. They've been scuffing pistons. That has been causing issues, and it gets a little bit deeper in the situation than that as well. So they just can't seem to find a pan pressure switch issue as a result of scuffing those pistons. So the car is shutting down on Justin when he gets half-tracked the last time. So somewhere, for some reason, they're scuffing the number 1 and number 2 piston, which is activating the pan pressure switch, and it's shutting down the car.
Yeah, so if you're wondering what we're talking about with the pan pressure switch, there is a sensor that's in the bottom of these engines in the oil pan, and the whole idea is that it's designed to pick up a pressure reading. If it goes above a certain number, it will automatically shut the car down because it thinks, hang on, I've got a hole in a piston, I've got something going wrong here. We're going to try something.
Christ. I felt every bit of that.
So I don't think he got it with the body, but he definitely got it with the headers. Now, where did he get the ball? That's the question. 490 gets him into a 494. It was actually a pretty good race when you look at it. 4 thousandths of a difference in the reaction times. But there's got to be some witness marks on the car. If he got the wall, there would be a witness mark. So, looking at it, it was very, very close. This is going to be a pretty good shot to tell us.
Please like and subscribe. I already haven't done so.
And that's an instant disqualification. That is a foot outside the boundary line.
Where did he get it though? That's the question. Oh, wow.
Good way, yeah, he hits the wall.
It looks to me like he got it, and it looks like he got it before the 1,000-foot marker. So, it's not up to us. It's not up to us. It will be up to the meeting director to make that call. But looking at all the information we've got available to us, it looks to me like he almost certainly got the wall there. It wasn't with the body though, it was with the headers. So, could be worse. Could have done a lot more damage.
So we go to the no try line here at the moment. Justin, let's go to the replay for the officials. Either way, that has got to really get your attention, doesn't it? The Exalted stand-ups entry of Justin Walsh.
You'd be pretty frustrated in that car at the moment because it just doesn't seem to be doing.
Man, that's a crazy feeling when that happens to you.
She's chasing electrical ground.
What's the feeling that goes through your body?
Chasing problems in the car. But when it's an electrical problem, that is the worst kind of problem you can have because it's so hard to replicate. What you do out on the racetrack,
I just can't explain
when you're trying to fix it in the pits.
Because you never go testing either. They don't get the opportunity to go testing this team. And
like they don't have hair because it did stand up on the ends.
Sydney or go do some laps at Willowbank. It's a very expensive sport. He's trying to rock the car back here as well, so it might be locked. And I think Justin is assisting the official with communicating on that. Your A final is coming up in a moment, and it's the Championship 1 and 2. So it's a Gold Coaster who lives in Canberra, up alongside a Kiwi that lives in Sydney. Gee, that thing just drove across.
It was so close. I mean, if he did get it, it was only just a graze. I'd love to see this in slow motion because it snapped on him so hard. I think he did just get it with the very tip of the headers there, the exhaust pipes that come out the side of the car, the training wheels as they're sometimes called, because when a car moves around that quickly, and sometimes that's what keeps him from getting up and on 2 wheels.
It just seemed to be a fairly definite move back to the left after what seemed to be a bit of a peck on the cheek, if you will. The X-Pro logos on the supercharger just there, so wow, that was a big final. You can only imagine what the A final is going to be like very soon with Morris McMillan. Will he be thrilling or will Josh go all the way? We'll find out after this.
Meeting for a sec for this music.
0.005 of a second. Make some noise, Willowbank Raceway. Well, look, he was first off the start line, 049 to 089. He did his job on the start line. The car just went away a little bit at the other end of the racetrack. Morris McMillan, he showed it off early, only went 276. The closing speed for Josh Lay, 309.
That's a great shot there of the two wives, actually. That was Kenzie Lay together with Monique McMillan. But what a drag race through the haze. You see side by side Nitro.
That is the best funny car racing ever. I am going out on a limb now and saying it. That is, without a doubt, the best side-by-side run, the winners.
And we've been waiting for the first side-by-side 3 outside North America as well, and that was tantalisingly close to that situation. How about them apples, GC? You've got to be very, very happy with the way that they ran that. So, folks, why don't you put your hands together for all of our funny car teams here this weekend. Nitro Funny Car off its head. And Morris, look at that Kiwi logo on the back of the helmet.
So that's Kiwis 1, Australia 0.
Where were you born? Just checking.
Sydney.
Wow. Well, that's
basically
West New Zealand.
That's basically New Zealand. Get excited, Mark.
So 398 for Morris McMillan, 398 against the 402. 005 margin of victory, Benny Bish.
Came off.
7.3 suited the short times, but it was pretty much all done again. The blow belt comes off. Sitting on the racetrack down there, and now 300 feet out off the road.
There's a great connection to the Sainty family with this car as well, because this was the artist car that actually Pom ran against in Sydney and crashed, and it was actually Terry Sainty that pretty well front end to rear end rebuilt this car and gave him back something that by the end of the process was almost a brand new car. So I want to remember the Sainty family today. In particular, the man Stan Sainty, who we celebrate with the Top Fuel Australia Championship trophy. And I know that Terry and Julie, of course, is always here. Her husband's Phil Reed, but Marge, I'm sure, has been watching as well. But disappointing against the Pom, they haven't torn up too much stuff.
No, wild builds are pretty cheap in the scheme of Nitro racing. If that's what you're toxic on, obviously there's a problem there that they're going to need to sort out. But in the scheme of things, it's been a pretty good weekend for what is really his return to Top Fuel Racing this week. So next up, the B final is going to be Phil Lamattina. Well, it's not really a final, it's going to be a solo this time around. Phil Lamattina on his lonesome. Now, these guys have not put a foot wrong all weekend. just got a little bit unlucky with who they're lined up against in the other lane. This car has been anchored in the 380s, and after the season they've had up to this point, I think if you told Phil at the start of the weekend, hey, you're going to run 380s on every run, he would take that every single day of the week.
And the only problem is that suddenly we're in the 360s now, right? We're literally around the 368 is the current mark for Damien Harris, who's done it on 2 occasions. His teammate and the current championship leader, a 371 with a 9, so it's just inside that 372 mark. So the carrot king, Phil Lamartina, who's had not only himself behind the wheel in this car, but also Kelly Betts won an Australian Championship in this car. And it all started at this event, actually, because he travelled with Darren Morgan years ago to this event to come and watch. Back in the day when Phil was running a GT Falcon, he went, you should come with me to the Winternationals and check this thing out, and that was all that she wrote. So now, that's why you see Phil, years later, millions of carats later, incidentally, you're wondering, 500 million carats a year the Lamartina farms turn out.
And that's just your allocation.
Oh, mate, if I ate more carrots, there'd be a lot of things that would be different. So Lammers, how mean is that shot right there? Super cool.
He's got the darkest visor he's got on that helmet, I can see, with the sun absolutely beating down here. It's been so mild. We call it the Winternationals, but it has not been cool by any stretch of the imagination. In the middle of the day, it's t-shirt weather. It's almost shorts and thongs weather. It certainly is for the Kiwis in the Grand Stand.
Oh, it's starting to get a little bit cool.
And it's just been a weird feeling in terms of the weather conditions. Not what we've ever seen at the Winternationals, not for a very long time at least. And it's really thrown some of these crew chiefs for a curveball because they're not used to running like that at this time of year.
So we're going to go down to Benny Bishop, who's been telling roller coaster stories to Josh Lay all day, and Josh has a couple of times said, really? Are you serious? What's going on? He's a class act, Benny Bishop. What are you going to tell him now?
I guess really what we need to cover is that the adrenaline has just calmed down now. It's not a winter's win, but what a weekend.
Yeah, I heard there was 10,000 to the second in it. I think Morris's car quit a little bit early, but we just ran out of racetrack to catch him in the far end. But look, still the coolest to race your teammate in the A final. Last time I slept on the lights against him when we were here at the New Year Nitro, so I guess, yeah, I know for his bragging rights there, but look, he's just doing such an amazing job tuning the cars, and I can't thank this whole Rock Industries team enough.
Where to from here, mate?
Hey, we've got one more week to go before the season's over.
It's going to be a good one. Back in your sort of home territory again.
Yeah, look, doesn't matter. We're just going to be happy to be back in Sydney for the last, season wrap-up down there, so it should be good.
All right, mate, best wishes.
Yeah, thanks, Benny.
What a class operator that young man is, no doubt about it. And his wife is selling a lot of merch. Kelsey Walford-Lay has her own gas cow brand, and they have been selling plenty of that stuff. It's a really cool brand that she created with Wild Ink, and they have done a lot of great merch this weekend. Let's talk about the Lamartina commitment to all of this, and it has been substantial. Up until a year ago, they ran 2 cars in this championship, and incredibly, Shane Olive, or Sholliv as he's known, won the Nitro Champ, but he won it in heat. It was held over from one weekend to the next. Now, just down past Phil Reed, just down the photographer, with a shot of the lovely Sarah Lamartina. She's at the top of your screen. That shot right now she's muttering, really?
Bloody way.
Is that where it's about to go? But she's in front of the crowd on the right-hand side. She's got bright orange carrot sneakers. Now, let's just put in a situation here what Sarah goes through. She run her and her friend Wendy, they run the kitchen and cater for 15 to 20 people in that Lamartina team, exactly like you see. There she is, sitting on the wall just to the side there. Very much like Julia Denise Reed and Kim Reed often do with their team as well. But Sarah's been around this game. She's actually become a bit of an off-street drag racer, you know.
Really?
Yeah, she's been running at Sunset Strip in Mildura. She's got the Merc.
slowest run of the weekend for these guys, and it's a 3.90. They will take that. Every single run in the threes makes a noise with Willowbank Raceway. That's an impressive building.
You were saying it was down the middle. If you look through the sun haze, this is a better look at it. You can see what you're talking about on that right side of the car just then, and that actually drives it across to the left, so it requires a pretty aggressive driving style to keep it in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. When it drops a cylinder like that, the car will actually move towards the side when it drops a cylinder because it's got all these forces on the other side pushing it back across. And Phil, he looks pretty happy with that. I don't know whether Benny's told him what he wants, but he certainly looks pretty happy with that.
So 305.15 miles per hour. Phil, it's the first question they ask. It's like, what's my ET? What was my speed?
Usually it's dead on me.
Yeah, well in this case, you won, Bill. Did you get the time that, Benny?
Wade wants to...
Finally gets a win here at Willowbank that translates towards the championship. Let's have a look at your gear ranking.
Yeah, it didn't even move Peter for Damien Harris. He just bombed the tyres. He pedalled it twice to try and get the thing to hook up and get it down the racetrack. Let's count it. First hit, 1, 2, 3. In fact, there's a lot of experience on with him playing Uni. He actually rolled into the throttle, which you don't see very often with a top fuel car when they're pedaling it. That's experience. He knew that the time was landed. He rolled in the throttle. You can see the butterflies on the top of the engine. They didn't just slap back open. And Wayne Uni chalked that one up to experience.
Now, I couldn't even afford the crew shirts on these things. And Rapids, Sando's up on the ground there somewhere. I know in the grandstand. There's 30 to 40 people on those two cars. Let's go down to everybody's favourite top fuel Teletubby.
Did you hear that?
He told me. I didn't make it up. He did.
Everyone's favourite top fuel Teletubby. You just ran a 455 and you just won the Winternationals.
They rattled it pretty hard there. Rattled it and got across the run. Hey, Damo,
Yeah, I felt that. off it and then he banged onto it again.
Harley, John, Ford, love you, Jess. So Renee, don't forget, thanks Dando and the whole family. Like Becca, sponsors, Bobby, Atlantic Laws, Dando's awesome. Love us all.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a Damo, 01. How good was that? Now, folks, when the rappers started to head down that big lane, make sure you give it a round of applause. We got doorslammer finals still to come, by the way, and several other finals. Can I just tell you, you're going to be stuck in traffic for a while leaving. Don't bother. Hang around with us. Watch the final.
Watch some of the best racing you will ever see. The finals are coming your way. We've got the Sportsman finals lining up in the not too distant future, and of course, we will have all the professional finals still yet to come. It's all to play for here at the Gold Coast and all Winternationals. We're going to go back down to Benny, and I'm not sure if he knows or not, but Damien Harris didn't get the win that time, mate. You might have to break it.
Oh, don't tell him. I wouldn't tell him.
I wouldn't be saying a word, but I actually literally saw you scratching your head there. I guess you are about the run as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I just stepped on the gas pedal and basically tired of it, which is kind of crazy. Sort of got off it and sort of used as long as on, so I think I had a lot to chase after him too much. So, trying to further down and sort of by then. So, great weekend. Can't thank the Dragster family and all those guys for their support. Dragsters won too, so great winters for us all. Some more points for Williams. We might have an excellent turn down Sydney, but we'll see.
Wow. Okay, let's just scroll back. He covered all the sponsors, pretty much did his old crew and all of that. So can we just have a look now at just the logistical challenge of running this team? It is amazing what you guys are doing.
Oh, the two-car team thing is just, a lot of work, and I can't thank everyone involved. Back at the shop in Sydney, as I've said many times, I just get to sit at home and watch Netflix or YouTube basically. So I'll do my but the last 3 or 4 months it's been just non-stop, week after week after week with working on cars and racing and turning all around again. So credit to the Dragster family and hope the cars run so well this weekend. It's amazing.
Well done, mate. The crew are here. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the Sportsman finals. Wade and I get on the microphone for 6 out of the last 9 days commentating, and this is the end of the road. Cooper Ashleford in junior drag bike up against Jaden Badcock, 9.35 for Jaden, 8.80 for Cooper Ashleford on the Kawasaki. This is your finals, ladies and gentlemen. Sportsmen are here.
Oh, Terry, there'll be more drama than we've got Summer Bay. Oh, no way. Jaden Badcock.
As a awesome 045 Wipers. Not enough. The Ginger Ninja, take a proud bow, young fella.
100%. It was anyone's race on the start line. Neither of them would have been given an edge. They were bloodshot all the way to Gatton, but they're only running for the 8th mile. They both broke down. As you said, Terry, Carl was the lesser of the two. You can see, look at them empty. The Harleys, they're pushing Siobhan to the finish line, but it was too much.
Oh, that was an intense while. Carl, I tell you what, as I said, Carl is looking at becoming a casual commentator here at Willowbank. We'll have to sit him in a high chair because he's like so much better than us with a gold Christmas tree.
Maybe we can make him do the trophy presentation tonight.
Actually, that's good.
Here is your initiation.
We'll have to chat to the guys, the board, and say, look, we've got an idea. How's this idea? Carl Schultz.
Present your own trophy.
Actually, how good would that be? But no, I digress, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to Carl. Well done to Siobhan for making the final. That was a wild final. As I said, who would pick that the two would go under their dialing? That just shows that nobody was willing to give a millimetre.
How good is it to see? What are the other juniors that competed this weekend down there on the start line supporting the pair?
I thought it was a no-prep event. Paul Nielsen, we know the bad boys and girls of real speed. Paul Nielsen and Steve Warren. Once again, one of our newer categories, and this category is on the march. It's building. What a great grassroots scene this is for illustrators. You get on their website, have a look at them, see what they do. Paul Nielsen, the Black Panther Racing Forward, 1128 dialing. Steve Warren with an 1172 dialing. East Coast Panel Bank Commodore. So not much of the click of the dialing. So you get to see Nielsen, Chase, Steve Warren. They could have just backed out of it and got the win, but instead, Lachlan McGaskell's gone under his time with a 12.86 on a 12.88. Have a look at this, folks. Watch for the charger. Gets up and bounces out of the hole, but it doesn't matter because both races have gone underneath their dime. Lachlan, the lesser of the two Eagles, and he will get the win. Ray Ross will get it at Christmas Tree. Lachlan McGaskell, well done. Your trip from New South Wales has been well and truly worth it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, he almost could have thrown a toolbox in the back.
Thanks, mate, for popping in and giving us all the information and subscribing and watching. Thanks very much. Catch you around. Please like and subscribe if you're good. It'd be much appreciated if you haven't done it.
tidy and tough to beat, Terry.
That most certainly was, and you are right, 173 mile an hour at the top end of that car on Tony White, and you're right, I think he ran a 778 in the previous run, so he was... What a final. The 2 6-second bikes in Extreme Bike. Matt Walker, Nathan Nielsen. The Pipeline Assets Australia Hayabusa on that has run 670 and 69. Matt Walker in the RE, the Russell Race Engine Hayabusa, has run 669, 669, 67. Both of them, 1 and 217, 1 and 215. Choose your weapon. Willoughby Walker, Willoughby Nielsen. It is anyone's game. And 678 and 192 for Nathan, but Matt Walker 046, 6.62 and 224 minutes. Have a look at this on the big screen. This is what a bike looks like with no bars going through at 224 mile an hour. That was wild. Look at that bike. Look at those two.
Squirming on the rear. Oh, Terry, you got all over the shot of the braking and pulled it up nicely. And Nathan Nelson, he had the best seat in the house. I see that.
It's not even an overtaking one in the deep end. Calm down, Matt Walker. But well done, Matt. Well done, Nathan. You two blokes and entertainers knowing in extreme bike. See, boy, look at that down there. Look at that. They are just like they look like a predator. They just look dangerously evil. But that was so good at 224 top end. I feel like saying, look at that Walker one. Come on.
I think that's the modified races. They're still playing games with each other down there, Terry.
It looks like we are moving into Supercharged Outlaws. It's going to get loud for our Sportsman races. Wade, feed, and beat. How do you see it, man?
Yeah, it should be, well, look, we know Fiona Reid has had that consistency all weekend. From when it came off the trailer, was running good numbers, has done that all weekend. We had a big field of supercharged here. There was over, I think it was about 28 or 29 cars in the field, and we've lost some big names along the way. There's some names you go, that one of those will at least make the final. But here we go. We've got Fiona, we've got Pete. Peter's got a 6.30 in the altered. You can see the crew standing there. The starter motor ready to engage that big block. Get it started.
I want to know what the heart rate is on the crew there, let alone Pete sitting in the altar. Look at the eyes. That's race eyes. Look at that. That'd cut you down, wouldn't it? And that is just awesome. That shot from with Pete just staring down the track, going, I can just see
that sounds nice.
He's talking rubbish. And I don't care because I'm trying to focus on beating Fiona Reid, whereas Fiona's sitting over there going, well, I'm trying to focus on beating Peter.
I don't know about you, Terry, but if someone looked at me like that, I'm going, mate, just bring your 6-second alter this way, mate.
Oh, and we know what alter drivers are like. If you're going to have an alter and you're going to put a supercharger on, you've got to be a very, not just say complicated person, because that takes some serious skill.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm sure as well, like, we've got this little hold up, they're going to fight up shortly, but it just builds that emotion, it builds that tension. They've gone through their routine, they're looking to just go through their burnout stage, get to the other end of the track. And
a 760 on that 762 record. So Kenny's gone under it. And I'll tell you what, Barnell, when you look at it on the replay, he's had to have another go at it with the 738. And he really had to work hard to get that bike because Ken is an ace in the scene. But look at this. He's got it loose. How do you recover? Here is how you recover. Oh, how hard did he have to work? That was like jumping on hippopotamus or something. That was wild. 202 mile an hour out of Barnell, 173 out of Kenny. What a race. Oh, Pete. Mate, it's not a sidecar at the speedway, is it? Look at this. Have a look at those boys.
Hey, Shane.
Oh, that was fantastic. That was a phenomenal race. That was exciting. And that was a race where, you know what? You could just got on, but he said, that was a great time.
So welcome back in, and well, it is top-fuel motorcycle at the front of the staging lanes. That's Damien Muscat on the screen, and it's no secret that those guys have had a pretty tough weekend. They have burned up a fair few parts, and Damien said, well, you know what, we're in the final there, we might as well have a crack at it. And that's pretty much his attitude to life. He just goes out there and has a crack. Yeah. He's that kind of a guy, and he's going to be taking on Benny Stevens. You can just see that purple bike, the purple.
Can't be too long, mate.
Bike over the back. That's going to be a killer matchup. Look at the those
They're all finals
races,
now.
he's mentally running through what he needs to do on that bike.
They usually have them pretty quick.
It's not an easy thing. There's no real way to practice what you do on a top fuel motorcycle. So he's visualising the run, he's going out there,
Starting to get cold.
setting himself in the position that he will when he stays on the bike, going through his process, going through the procedure. It's actually pretty cool.
You do when you can, you do visual laps in your mind, everything you've got to do from the burnout procedure, de-staging procedure, what happens down track, then you get things in the back of mind, go, what am I doing in this situation? And you just take those thinking scenarios out in your head.
He's got a little bit more time to practice with things like the two pro stop. He's rolling out in front of them. Torrent Tremaine in the medicine black Camaro is going to be taking on his brother Aaron Tremaine. I'm not going to bet anything on this one because it's going to be a pretty good drag race. These guys have been, let's face it, they've been two of the quickest cars we've had all weekend. Aaron Tremaine has probably had 300 to the second over everyone else in the field in almost every session.
I would say almost 400 to the second over the rest of the field.
And he called his shot too. After that semi-final win, he called his shot. He said, I've got my brother. He's had enough luck. He's won enough races. It's my turn. It's been too long since I've been in the final. I'm going to put a whole shot on him and I'm going to run low ET in the final. That's what he said.
Well, this new combo is working pretty well for the team. Whatever you've done with this new combo, you want to do it into Tyrant's car next field.
And that's the thing that I think is probably concerning for the rest of the pro stock field, is because there could be very well two of these monsters rolling around in the not too distant future.
Tyrant has been the quicker of the two vehicles for the last 12 months, so this is a big leap.
It's a big leap.
Whatever Aaron's found with this new combo, it's working.
And that's probably the reason that he has been the test head. That's why they haven't put the new engine across into Tyrant's car, because they're sure it was going to work. You know, there's showing promising signs on the dyno, but the dyno is one thing. It doesn't always translate to real world results. You know, we learned that over the years a lot of times, a lot of different races over the years. Find out that it's not necessarily as simple as getting good numbers on the dyno right. It's going to work out on the racetrack. It doesn't work like that.
Not at all. You can see Aaron Tremaine and the crew ready to fire up any second now. So it'll be brother versus brother. So Aaron will be on the left side of the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway, Tyrone in the right-hand lane. You can see Tyrone there.
Now keep in mind that Aaron is the only one that has dipped down into the 680s so far today. No one else has gone under 640. And in fact, all weekend, yeah, you're right. Even in qualifying, he was the only car in 280. So realistically, Aaron Tremaine probably doesn't need to push the tree too hard here. He's got a little bit up his sleeve. But that being said, he wants to go out there and he needs to prove a point. You know? Some people that might be thinking, you know what, he lost his touch. You know, he's won all these races.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, he is. I'm shivering a little bit. Even though I've got a jumper on and a hoodie on. I've got shorts on. I'll be alright.
I think right now, these conditions, the track conditions that we've got in front of us,
I've got heated seats in the car.
They've had all weekend here at the Gold Coast and Winternationals.
And look at the flags. There is no wind. That's the first time today that
Thanks
we
for watching.
no headwind.
Thanks for all you that have subscribed.
This could be
Thanks to all you
floating
who watched
right now.
today.
So we've got the fire up signal and we are set for a start now. I want to talk about how we got to this point in first when we started the weekend with 11 cars, 3 missed out. And Aaron Tremaine was down Mario got on the and Robert Deckett in the semi-finals, unfortunately,
We actually got some backup girls.
but he throws it away with a big cherry on the start line. 151 red, and he knew that he needed to strap a whole shot on Aaron, and he took a shot at the tree and came up a little bit short.
He might have been a little bit too pumped up here. Tyrone Tremaine leaves the dreaded red cherry on the start line. Issues for Aaron. We'll have to look at the replay just to see what those issues exactly were, if we can see that. But that's a great one for Tyrone Tremaine. He kicked things up there. Yeah, and actually picked the front wheels up.
Winternationals crown here. What a race.
Looking at the replay, that was a huge hole shot. He wins by 0.13 of a second. That was perfect passes both sides of the racetrack. A 7:08 PB was got one. He gets the win here in the Gold Coast Nationals. He was working the bike a little bit there across the finish. He was a long way. He was Scott White. That is so promising. 7:08 gets the win. Unofficially right. What do you think that? I think it'd be pretty close to a win. But nonetheless, winning no wrong.
All the way up the back.
He kept him honest by a long way. 670 from the Harley.
Quickest passes for both riders here in the final for Top Fuel Motorcycle. Damien Muscat gets a win. Let's look at the replay here brought to us by Gear Red. Hole shot to Benny Stevens here, half a 10th hole shot. Both of the flames led all the way down here in the Water Island. Willowbank Raceway.
All right, thanks,
It was
Nick.
clean. It looked like it was mixing up the flame just a little bit as it got to about the 1,000 foot down there. But
Yeah, it's getting
Damien
quite
Muscat,
fresh, actually.
that's a nice run, and he gets to take home the Gold Christmas Tree from the Gold Coast Winternationals. Wow, what a run from young Damien Muscat, and he'll just get off the bike, take his gloves off and say, yep, cool, what's next? Let's go and fix it and go again. Love the camaraderie in this bracket as well. There's a lot of respect, and I mean, you have to have respect when you're going side by side over 200 miles an hour on two wheels. It is not the most friendly of environments, that's for sure, when you're on the bike. So when you're off the bike, you may as well be friendly with your competitors. Now, it is the Kiwi class. It's Pro Mod coming out now, and it's young Barry Plumpton taking on Stu Walsh.
Let's talk about Stu Walsh this weekend so far. He's in the final.
Yeah,
that's a positive.
but he hasn't taken down a full pass at all this weekend. No,
it only takes one pass to make it a good weekend.
It's one of those things, he's never very good. In the low sixes,
he was close last run. He'd get out strong in sub 1 second to a 60 foot, and then through that tire shake. So if they get through that shake, so let's go down your run to the bike.
The nitrous car, the only nitrous car in the field here this weekend, and he gets the chocolates. What a race!
And look at the replay, he should have had the pedal just off the start line. He saved his best pass for the last run of the weekend. The shoots took out the finish line process, so that's okay. Just look at the front, look at the car, but sure off, it was all over the place. That was nice and straight across the finish line. Gets to it.
He had those flames going all the way down the track.
It is getting closer and closer to doorslammer finale. The great Victor Bray joins me in commentary for the big dance for all the marbles. Alright, Victor, it's going to take a mega effort from your mate Harry to get it done. What do you reckon?
He's going to want it bad. I don't think he's trying to go too hard this time. I think he's going to get it down the racetrack, but don't worry, Rob Harrington will have all of us in that car and everything he can possibly do.
That man to the right of the screen there, Stu Rowland. I had a quick chat with him before. I said, surely you're not going to go after a 558 or anything. Said the track conditions don't suit that kind of number right now, but he says the 61, the 561 was where the car should have been all weekend, Vic. So if they can run low 560s, that's going to put all the pressure on Rob Harrington in that left-hand lane. Look at him. Like Shane Warne, like a spin bowler, trying to work out which way the pitch will roll here.
Yeah. Well, we're two surprised with Zach and Spinosi this weekend. So, you know, it's a weekend of doing things happen.
Well, mate, it is the winter start, and anything can happen. And
start your engines.
Daniel Gregorini just said to Harry in the lane before, you know, man, look at this, he goes. This is going to be a remarkable interview. Wow.
Right, you've got to stand on the roof.
David versus Goliath, and Rob Harrington pulls off a massive upset. Something went wrong with Russell. Not to take anything away.
Shane Phillips also above the speed record as well with that 272 mile an hour pass.
Absolutely incredible. The national record for ET is a 5:35 in front of Funny Car. So both cars were only a matter of hundredths of a second off it. And Daniel Reed, he's got the championship. He's already got a big trophy this weekend. This one belongs to Shane Phillips. What a race. 2,000ths of a second difference at the start line. And at the other end of the racetrack, 9,000ths of a second difference. Incredible. Just outstanding.
I think that's the end of it.
I don't think anyone expected coming into this race that it would be quite that close in the final round. We knew that Shane had a race car. We knew that Daniel had a race car. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are heading home, please make sure you do drive safely. What an incredible race we have had here all season, all weekend long. 5:37 minute 8 beats a 5:38 with 71 10,000ths of a second difference at the stripe. Benny Fish, that Shane Phillips has got a smile on his face.
He has got a huge smile. Happy birthday, you're a Winternationals champ.
This is unbelievable for the scripted anyway. To race against Daniel in the final, it just continues the Feed Phillips and Reed dynasty. But to win it on my birthday, that just tops it all off. It was Mum's birthday, top qualified, so low tier, top speed, win the race, and my first ever event on my 35th birthday. Thank you to all the crew. It took me 2 months to convince Dad to run 2 cars at this one event. Got to run against him yesterday, tick that off the bucket list, it's so awesome. So thank you to all the guys that actually made this happen. To all the sponsors, Hearts Pace Tyres, Gold Coast, Chili Bins, Speedflow, JK Race Engineering, those headers are so awesome. This is unbelievable, I can't believe I just won the Winternationals on my first first Christmas Tree trophy. I grew up in a household where I got to look at them all the time, and I always dreamt that I'd get to have my own. So this is pretty awesome to win one on my birthday. Congratulations, mate. And this one's for Cole. We lost him a few weeks ago, so this one's for him. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. How emotional is that? Shane Phillips just an incredible win for him. And look at him, the two young guns. The win for Rob Harrington gets the win in Slammer. Shane Phillips gets the win in Alcohol. Let's have a look at the replay because I don't think we've even got to that yet. Presented by Gear Reach. David Reed had a tiny little wheel stand and I think it moved around just enough to let Shane Phillips get on through. You can see it get out there. He was really driving that car. Daniel Reed and Shane Phillips picture perfect right down the centre of the lane. That was without a doubt one of the races of the weekend, one of the races of the season. And Shane Phillips gets the win here at the Golf Festival Winternationals. Okay, so I can see the cops down there, they are stoked, there's smiles all around. And we're going to go now straight on to wrap things up from what has been another incredible instalment of the Golf Festival Winternationals.
There is something about this beautifully unpredictable madness that hits the Gulf Western Oils Winternationals at Willowbank Raceway. Look at that cracking sunset over the top there too. We had absolutely perfect weather conditions throughout the weekend. We had some monumental racing, didn't we? We had all the upsets. Now, if you want to be part of the release of the brand new calendar for next year for the NDRC, July 17th is the date we'll be dropping all those banger dates for next year.
Oh, I gotta.
NDRC.tv.
Please like and subscribe, and I'll catch us all later. I'm just going to get away from this music.
The National Drag Racing Championship and all these amazing volunteers, officials, race crew, families, drivers and riders, and our broadcast team as well. It's been mega, hasn't it? We'll look forward to seeing you next time on the NDRC. Don't forget Nitro Nationals, August 23 in Sydney. We wrap it all up from there. It's Wayne Orange on behalf of all the team saying, good night, drive carefully, leave the speed to us.
Just packing up my gear. Just do a quick walkthrough with the kids. I didn't eat anything today. I'll go and buy some junk food or something on the way home. Since I haven't eaten any junk food for a couple of months, and I can't be bothered cooking.
Nearly as low as mine.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
He snapped the front end. It's a wolf roll.
It's probably going to be too dark for you to see anyway. Can't take the stream off until I put everything down. Get out my phone. Golden trees. I'm parked over in this car park over here. To walk back through that.
I'm going to be your barricade.
Fast food section.
I'm going to turn on lights.
An ice cream, it's freezing.
Why is it so heavy?
I'll come back, at least for the finals next year. Everybody's going to try and get out of my way. Right under the cell tower. Walk up to that bloody thing yesterday and it's not even working. Hey, speed, buddy. This is the hardest bit, getting used into the car. There we go. There we go, you're in. Shit, pockets. Stop that, buddy. Need water. I'll leave the stream on while I'm driving, but it might drop out on the way. A lot of cars to get out. Actually, I should get waiting here for a while to get one of those cars. People being impatient. I'll come out of this entrance and then the other one. Sweet Peters. Other reason why I park close to the exit. Thanks, Cliff. Thanks, Trisha, for being there all day. All night. Your time. Been there too, Cliff. Police directing traffic out of here. Should have enough battery on that live view and these mics to get me home. Look at them, they're all still trying to get out of the other entrance down here. All backed up inside. Oh, that ain't my brakes squeaking either. Yeah, if the stream drops out halfway between here and Ipswich, well, it just drops out. Nothing I can do about it. And I'll just end it then, if that happens. I think I've driven home before and it hasn't cut out. I think that was, I didn't even have the Starlink on. glad I didn't park down here. Police directing out of this entrance too, or exit. They must have to hire the police to direct traffic. Stop people getting pissed off. They want to get over. So you can't drive in, you can only drive out now. And they're hopping in a car that's got a police sticker across the front of it, like it's been wrecked and left on the side of the road or something, but they're hopping in and driving it. In front of the police. It's got a police sticker. Or maybe the police put a sticker on it here saying it shouldn't be there. People coming from other places wonder probably what the hell is all this traffic on a Sunday night. I feel a bit warmer now. Guy got in behind me over the white lines. Thank you. Rather get over now. Eventually going to have to get over anyway. Probably lose the signal somewhere through here. We're going so slow. Up near the servo. The number plate WH00PZ. car's coming over. I hear cows in the bush beside me. I wonder what the creaking was. On a fence. Merge up here. Now 500 metres, lane ends. As I get single file, it should speed up. Never seen a Hyundai four-wheel drive before. This thing in front of me. Waiting for someone to come up beside of me then. God. came back. Thank God, this is usually where it runs